the International Coaching Conclave. We had a day full of revelations and rousings yesterday. And we have Jayashree, our advisory board member for the We Empower project, bringing to us the learnings and takeaways from day one of the conclave. Jayashree is an ICF PCC coach, psychotherapist, mentor, and facilitator. She's an XLRI postgrad with 20 years of experience across sales, marketing, operations, consulting, L&D founder, Chrysalis, where she believes in giving the right nurture and nudge to individuals and organizations to be who they want to be. Jayashree, welcome you on board. How many of you were with us yesterday? Raise your hands. Wonderful. So we have almost the right flank who was there with me yesterday and the left flank joining us today. So you're new to the conference, right? Wonderful. We promise you, or shall we not promise you? Promise. We promise you a day, as I said, of revelations and rousings, and at least some understanding of what coaching intervention looks like by the time you walk out of this conference hall, right? And how many of you know about coaching? Not the right flank. All right, we have Jayashree on board, and she, as I said, is our advisory board member, and she'll be doing the recap of the day that we had yesterday. So for all our new audience, please listen intently to what we have been able to capture by the end of Friday. Yes, thank you, Jayashree. Over to you. We need to unmute Jayashree.
All right, now I'm unmuted. Thank you so much, Payal, and it's so absolutely lovely to be here with you all. And it's my loss that I'm not there in person to address you all. In my imagination, though, I can smell the pine trees that Puneet talked about yesterday and feel the excitement that's there on campus. So for all those who missed the session yesterday, we had an eclectic start. It is my privilege to share some of my takeaways from yesterday and set the agenda for us today. Atul sir, I am hugely inspired by your vision for coaching. Sarji, I think the term coaching evangelist used for you yesterday fits you perfectly. Thank you for setting the tone with your own experience of coaching and your vision for Shulini. I'm going to start with the critical question for all of us that was raised yesterday. Integrating coaching into the learning ecosystem. Is it a choice anymore? The clear mandate from all the conversations yesterday was that it isn't. Coaching for students is the need of the hour. Hearing the experiences and data from Magdalene Moog, Ruth Reithmeyer, Sushma Bantia, and others reiterated for me the need for coaching in academia and the massive impact a program of this magnitude can do. Because indeed, these students are not just future leaders, but the change makers of tomorrow. And as Magdalene said, coaching does empower. And who best for us as an ecosystem to focus on empowering, but the next generation of change makers. Ruth talked about the ROI on coaching students. She talked about the impact on their well-being, on employment and salary, for instance, and also on the returns to the university. She also talked about specific areas where coaching had an impact, like purpose and clarity. Self-confidence and self-regulation and other critical areas for students also have a huge impact through coaching. Sushma made an important point about how coaching has enhanced academic performance too. So it's not just the softer aspects of us, or the emotional and the social aspects, but even academic aspects of students can be impacted through coaching. In fact, students themselves across the ICF Ignite project, the RISE University, or our very own Shulini in their feedback have overwhelmingly endorsed that coaching changes life. In fact, it was heartening to listen to yesterday two of Shulini's own students that we talked to and coached last year about the impact that coaching has had on them. Ananya put it beautifully. And Ananya, if you are listening in, I'm going to keep borrowing your quote quite liberally. She said, and if I can paraphrase that, coaching brings out the superpower that is already there within you. She and Arzu talked about the safe and confidential space that their coach created, how it helped them look inwards, how it helped them break the barriers in their own mind, and how it basically changed their lives. Jonathan Rees also reiterated that yesterday, right? About how a coach could have empowered him to live his story, how a coach could have helped him see things in himself that he wasn't able to see. He also shared inspiring stories from his own life. And I know several students at Shulini too have had a similar sentiment of being transformed through the last coaching cohort that they were part of. So students, coaches, and members of the audience, I look at the agenda in store for all of us today, and I see the morning is for students who really want to help themselves and understand how best to gain the maximum benefit that this initiative from Shulini has to offer. So, students here in the audience, both physically and listening in elsewhere, I'm addressing you for the next few minutes. So please do pay attention. Now, you students are lucky to have this opportunity for your holistic development. If you remember yesterday, Ruth called out a very important part of your development, your social and emotional self-mastery. Punit talked about passion, purpose, and value that encircles the core strength. Vishal Jain stated how what is inside of us affects our behavior. And Sushma very beautifully explained the inner workings of our mind that holds us back. So coaching, my dear young friends, is what can help you in this holistic development from within you. You, my dear students, through being coached, are learning to lead yourself, which is the first step and the foundation for you to lead others tomorrow. And yet here is a pause that I'm making. Yesterday, when Payal asked the audience, how many would like to get coached? We saw a few hands, very few hands, in fact, from the audience. Sushma put it aptly yesterday. If you students don't want it and don't work towards it, coaching will not work. I will further say that coaching is not this magic pill that you kind of swallow whole and hope it transforms you. Atul sir gave an example yesterday of standing in front of the mirror every single day and practicing speaking. Now that is the commitment that you need to give for your own development. And that commitment needs to come from you. A coach will partner you, walk alongside you, support you, yet that commitment of taking that first step and taking accountability for your own holistic development needs to come from you. And I'm quoting Atul sir again when he said, you have an opportunity here to create a revolution within yourselves. Now it's up to you, how do you leverage this golden chance? Most of us, right, on the other side, which is faculty, coaches, the adults in this room, had access to coaching in our 30s or maybe even beyond. I had it first when I turned 40. So Puneet asked yesterday, which is a very important question for us, is that why should one wait so long to get the benefit of coaching? And my dear young friends, the beauty is that with Shulini and We Empower, you students don't need to wait as long as many of us did. You now have the $1 million question, dear students, to answer, which is, will you avail of this generosity from Shulini and the experienced coaches? Will you listen in today to the sessions as we talk about what do you need to bring into the coaching conversations? How do you prepare yourself? And more importantly, are you willing to use this opportunity? So if I were to go back to Payal's question, end of the day yesterday, if you are asked again today, whether you will opt for coaching, I hope that you will make Atul sir's vision a reality, that there is a huge waiting list of students that want coaching. That is, there is a floodgate of students at Payal's doorstep asking for more coaching, more sessions, maybe as alumni to come back and say, can you please help coach us as we step into the corporate world? And I know, Payal, this will be a very happy problem for you to solve, to have a floodgate of students that want to use coaching to empower themselves. I know that if I could go back in time, I would be sprinting at full speed towards Payal and saying, hey, why only 6 sessions? Jonathan talked about working with his coach for 7.5 years and still working with him. So can I have a few more sessions with my coach? And with the wisdom that I have today, that is what I would want for myself if I were to go back 20 years in time. So my dear students, Magdalene talked about choices shaping our lives. So what are you choosing with this opportunity? Will you be crazy and believe you will change the world now before life gets in the way? And I'm quoting Atul sir as he said that yesterday. Choose wisely today. So Payal and the team at Sholini, thank you for having me here to set the context for today. And truly hats off to all of you for all that you're creating here. I would echo Esther Zerber's words yesterday that as we come together to support students with coaching, we as an ecosystem, can we work towards offering coaching to faculty, to administrators, to every single person in the ecosystem who can benefit from coaching with the ultimate objective of empowering the youth of today. You both know that you have my unwavering support to make your vision come true. And if I may take the liberty to voice the thoughts of several coaches here, I'm sure many feel the same way. Puneet yesterday talked about paying it forward. And I truly believe that the 100 coaches who are part of We Empower are glad to be partnering with Sholini University and paying it forward. And Atul sir, Payal, I hope the revolution that you're bringing in at Sholini truly reverberates across academic institutions, coaching communities, organizations, and in fact, the entire ecosystem that can and should come together to replicate the model at Sholini University and make coaching accessible to not just college students, to teens, to schools, and everyone, so that there is a whole life ahead that we can start early from. Thank you so much, Payal, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Jayashree, for capturing our entire beginning of the conference from yesterday. How many of you got a fair idea of what had happened in day 1 of the conclave? The students who are new, could you show me with your hands? Got a fair idea what had happened? Okay, all right. So we promise you that we will be able to create a greater understanding around coaching for all of you today as well. We begin the day with an interesting panel discussion that will capture a myriad of ideas and is very relevant and relatable for the entire student community. But before we dive into the panel introductions, I want to take the temperature of the room. So we'll have the moodometer coming up. And you can take out your mobiles for a change. Yes, take out your mobiles and go to menti.com, menti.com. I'm sure many of you would have used it already in your sprint sessions, menti.com. Go to your browser and type in menti.com. I see students, some of the students don't want to pick their mobiles. Okay, so I'm making a note. They should not be picking their mobiles throughout the conference at all then. And on the screen, you will see a code. And you have to type in the code and it will take you directly to the moodometer. And for the for all our audience joining online, there is a link in the chat box. Please click on that link and you will be able to type in your responses as well. Let me read out the code for all of you. It is 5881 for our offline audience, 5881 9717. I'll repeat, 5881 9717. And for our audience online, there is a link in the chat box. Click on that link and please let us know how you're feeling right now. How are you all feeling right now? You could have one word or a plethora of words because emotions. Yes. Oh, tired, confused, good, excited. So I see good is taking a lot of mileage because that's the bigger word in the center, which means a lot of students are typing in good. Exhausted, sleepy, fine, awesome, energetic, happy, inspired. So you see, this is a mix of emotions any human would feel any given time of the day. And what we are here for? What are we here for? To change the mood. To change the mood for the better, I hope. And we'll remember how we were feeling at this moment, and then we'll capture the mood later during the day and see if the mood has changed for the better or not. All right? Thank you so much for participating in this activity. Feelings, very important to capture the feelings because it helps us understand, become more self-aware of ourselves. I know you're all excited, but can I request for a certain silence in the hall? Thank you so much. And at this moment, we will put our mobiles away. I'll wait for all of you. We'll put our mobiles away and keep them on silent mode. Yes, and as we dive into the thick of action, with a show of hands, quickly, how many of you are completely new to coaching? Go on. Have the courage. Yes, wonderful. And how many of you are here to explore whether this is a good fit before you take the plunge? This conference might be a good fit for all of you to understand before you actually end up going for a coaching intervention. All right, thank you. How many of you are wondering which career paths to choose? Rest are all clear? This is an enlightened audience I've seen in a long time. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good question coming from Sushma ma'am. You don't know that you don't know that you don't know your career path. That is possible, right? Or the courage, the lack of courage to say, I don't know. So I'm going to repeat that question again. How many of you are wondering which career paths to choose? Okay, that's honest. How many of you are clear? Yeah, because the opposite have to go up, right? That's wonderful. How many of you are somewhat clear? Okay. And how many of you want to work towards getting a greater clarity? Wherever you are on the spectrum, you want greater clarity. Okay, that's wonderful. So thank you so much. So our goal today with this panel discussion is that whatever your journey, that you will come away with something, a new idea, a fresh perspective, a new strategy that you can apply to be more successful in your professional lives. So here's the format to give you an idea of what to expect in the panel discussion. We'll take a few moments for the moderator to briefly introduce each panelist. The moderator will then kick off the conversation, asking questions that will draw out some of the high-level themes and trends we should be thinking about in this particular discussion. And then the second half of our time in the panel today, we'll open up the floor to give you an opportunity to ask specific questions that you have been thinking about to help you navigate the upcoming opportunities and challenges when you think about your career and to be more successful in your personal and professional lives. Sounds good? So then give me a clap. Great. Then let's get started with the panel discussion. I would invite on board Coach Adhir Mathur joining us from Mumbai, who will be moderating this session on fast forwarding your career through coaching. Coach Adhir Mathur is a leadership coach with credentials from International Coaching Federation as ACC with over 300 hours of coaching experience. A learning and development professional with over 38 years of experience in the pharma industry. He is passionate about making a difference in every individual so that they live up to their potential, thereby spreading the happiness and joy around. Adhir is also a certified professional emotional quotient analyst and an NLP practitioner. Over to you, Adhir, sir. A big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Payal, for speaking those. Right. A request to all the participants who are connected online, please text your messages in the chat room instead of raising your hand. That's a request from our side. Thank you so much, Payal, for speaking those nice words. It was really music to my ears. Right, and I love this music. Right, and good morning once again to every one of you. Hope you have had a good breakfast. Right. So bring that energy along, right? Carry this energy along. And looking at the kind of feelings that you have mentioned today, there is so much of excitement, so much of energy in the room today, not only in this hall, but also in the colleagues, those who are connected online with us. So building on this energy, let us take it forward from here, right? In the times to come, all of you will be transitioning from, campus to corporate. Some of you may even have your own startups and become an employer, right? So taking a leaf from what we learned yesterday, that coaching can lead to transformation. How many of you would like to have your career on a fast track? Can we have a show of hands? How many of you would like to have your career on a fast track? Right. I don't see anyone not raising the hand. Wonderful. With so many of you having, wanting to have your career on a fast track, let us now hear from some of our thought leaders who are connected online with us, right? So we have an August gathering of thought leaders who are connected with us today as a panelist, right? And we would love to have their thoughts on what is it that they feel that coaching can do to have your career on a fast track. So with this, I would like to introduce our panelist for the day. First of all, I'd like to introduce Cindy Muthukarappan. Cindy is joining us from Cape Town in South Africa. It's very early in the morning in Cape Town. Cindy, I'm sure you have had your morning cup of tea or coffee. It's quite early in the morning for you.
Yes, it is.
Right, thank you so much. Cindy.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cindy, for that. And thank you so much for making the time early in the morning. Cindy is an internationally recognized and experienced executive coach, trainer, evaluator, and mentor coach, credentialed by International Coaching Federation as a master certified coach since 2014. She is highly skilled and has over 20 years of international experience in personal mastery, emotional intelligence, change management, and professional and leadership development. That is Cindy for all of us. Welcome, Cindy. We have with us another thought leader, Kavi Arasu. Kavi, by the way, is also my mentor. I have learned quite a lot from Kavi, and this is another opportunity for me to learn from you, sir, today.
That's very kind of you, Adit. I look forward to participate here along with people like Cindy and Rhonda, who themselves are big giants in this field. Thank you.
Kavi is a change specialist who loves to play at the intersection of people, technology, as well as culture. He has experience in working at both multinational as well as Indian organizations. Since moving on from the corporate world, Kavi is a principal at Flint Rock, which is his organization, at a firm that helps in orchestrating and managing the change. He's also the Director of Learning and Change at Founding Fuel, a media and learning platform. Kavi has been a coach since 2005, which is almost 17 years, and has global experience in one-on-one coaching and in institutionalizing coaching in the culture in large organizations that he has worked with. He writes a newsletter, OWL, I don't want to pronounce that, right? Dispatch that has readers from around the world. Kavi, of course, will talk more about that OWL. Right. Next, we have as a thought leader, Rhonda Bowen. Rhonda is connecting with us from Germany, which is quite early in the morning.
Very early in the morning. Thank you very much. Yes.
Right. Rhonda, we made you get up so early in the morning today.
That's fine. I grew up on a farm. That's normal. Yeah.
Thank you so much for making the time so early in the morning. Right. Rhonda, for us, friends, is a communication guide with over 30 years of experience in communicating across cultures. An American living in Germany since 1983, she has worked with people from more than 70 countries. That's the kind of experience she comes with. Since 1988, her coaching practice has brought insights and support to thousands of professionals from business, engineering, science, and technology. She specializes in helping them improve their communication. This saves resources and leads to better results and higher success in business as well as in personal goals. She offers a wide range of programs and services, from individual and team coaching to negotiation seminars and online and offline facilitation for corporates as well as organizations. Thank you so much to all three of you for making the time. With this, we'll set the ball rolling. Once again, I'd like to request all my audience who are connected online to put your questions in the chat room. Let it keep flowing. We'll capture it and surface it up as and when the time comes. We'll set the ball rolling with none other than Kavi. Kavi, good morning to you. And here is a question to you first. Kavi, you have seen corporates very closely, having worked with them for quite a while. And learning and change management has been very close to you and your heart as well, right? So what is the role coaching plays in the journey from campus to corporate in shaping the careers? I'm very curious to know this. Kavi, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Yes, thank you. I had a message which said the host is not allowing you to unmute yourself. So I thought it was like some double-edged sword, you asking me a question.
It was never by design, Kavi. It was by default.
All right. If I was a young man, Adir, I would have thought I knew everything. There was a time in life when I thought I knew everything, and that's many of you like sitting in APJ Hall 2. I thought I knew everything. And then I transitioned into the corporate world. And then it drew and it threw at me curve balls like the one that the host is not allowing you to unmute yourself. So the corporate world is filled with such moments when you think you have it all, yet you have to function very differently. Over the years, as I have worked with many organizations and many individuals and students transition into the corporate world, there are a few things that I just want to bear in mind and share with you. The first thing is that it is a transition. There's no question about it. Number two, in the transition, what I always like is to put it this way, that you have to grow new muscle while preserving the soul. So what do you give up, yet what do you grow? These are two different things. And in the new world, information is completely accessible for everybody. With a click of a button, you'll know what to do, you'll know what not to do. But what do you do with that information is where the thought quandary comes in, which to me is where coaches fit the bill perfectly. And every management trainee program, every campus to corporate program, we have always had coaches working with the students who come on board, because you come in with so many different ideas, so many different ways of thinking that this ought to be how the world works. And just the presence of someone like a coach just helps you think through things very differently. And therefore, here is my underlying point here. Corporate to campus, or campus to corporate, is a transition. In transition, there is some letting go and there is some letting in. What do you let go? What do you let in? Are important avenues to think of. By yourself, you're navigating all by yourself. Imagine going into a new town and just navigating by yourself. With a coach on, just imagine you have a map in your hand and you do the navigation, but things are more available and present to you to make conscious choices. That's the way I would put the transition from campus to corporate. Adir, over to you. And you can ask me some supplementary questions, but I'm aware that there are learned panelists here, and I'm sure we can build on each other's thought.
Thank you so much, Kavi, for that. And yesterday also we were discussing about GPS, and you have also touched upon GPS and doing navigation. And thank you so much for bringing up that pointers of letting go and letting in. I'm sure, friends, you all are keeping it in mind. What is it that you want to let go and what is it that you want to let in? And that will help you to navigate yourself and have a fast track of your career. We'll move over to Rhonda now. Rhonda, coaching is all about having a conversation. And you have been a communication guide all along with decades of global experience. How does a coaching conversation unleash that potential and fast forward the career?
Thank you so much for asking such an important question. As I mentioned in the introduction, I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania in the US. And now I live in Germany, and I've had the chance to travel all over the world and work with people also from India. And when you think back to the times when I started this and you think about now, you say, how did that even work? Well, a lot of it worked because maybe I was a little crazy. I don't know if I knew everything, but I know I was crazy and I took a lot of risks. Like somebody came and said, Rhonda, we want you to teach English on national German television. And I said, yes. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea how that worked. But I had people from the TV crew who were really willing to help me. And nobody was talking about coaching at that time, but that's really what they were doing. And when people said to me, how are you able to do that? You don't understand anything about that. You didn't study that at university. No, I didn't. But see, I had those people supporting me. And they told me about the options and they helped me get clarity on would I be able to do this or not. You're in such a wonderful position because nobody's just throwing something at you and you have to figure it all out by yourself. You're having the opportunity now to work with a coach, somebody who can say what it is that maybe you need as other options and help you clarify what it is that will be best for you. So congratulations on being in such a wonderful place and being able to do these things that I wasn't.
Right. Thank you so much, Rhonda, for that message of yours. With this, I'd like to welcome Atul sir, who has connected with us. Good morning to you, Atul sir.
Good morning.
And so good to have you in the call today.
It's an honor and a pleasure, and really look forward to hearing all these lovely views.
Thanks for making the time. With this, we'll move over to Cindy. Cindy, good morning to you once again. I'd like to share one fact about Cindy, which I did not mention in the profile of Cindy. You all know that at this age, with the kind of career that she has got, with the kind of exposure that she has got, she is also pursuing a career in PhD. She is doing research. She is a PhD student. Right, Cindy?
Yep, that's right.
Cindy, you have had a wide global exposure in the world of coaching, and also you're pursuing the PhD now. And yesterday, Jonathan was talking about having a coach, for 7.5 years. So is unearthing of potential a continuous process?
What a lovely question, quite insightful. I'll use an analogy here to answer your question. You know how as you are studying and learning and experiencing life, coaching is quite experiential. You begin to connect dots for yourself and you begin to have moments where you find this little bulb of light beginning to shine inside you. It's lots of little light bulbs where you go, I want to do that. Or that sounds interesting. And you sit down one day and you figure out, no matter how much I try to dull some of these light bulbs, they're not going off. They're not dimming. And then you begin to wonder, so what can I do about this, right? How can I make the shine a bit more brighter for myself? All those are moments of potential beginning to develop inside you. And as we go through life, of course, we learn, we develop, we make better decisions. We do some things, we say no to some things. But as we go through life, we evolve and we change, and different light bulbs show up inside us. And sometimes we don't know what to do with those light bulbs that's really shining. So we can sit down and have a conversation with somebody else, like a coach or somebody using a coaching approach, and then try to figure out what are my options available if I go a particular route. I've heard many of you, when Payal asked the question, how certain are you about your career? It sounds like most of you were certain. But even in certain moments, you can still have a very thought-provoking, enlightening conversation with a coach to explore all the options you have. So potential is something that always grows within us and changes as we evolve. You can call that passion, purpose, or you could just simply call it, what are my light bulbs and shine moments inside me that I want to take more advantage of or create more opportunities to grow in that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Cindy, for sharing your thoughts. With this, we'll go back again to Kavi. Kavi, it's a fact, and it's also a reality that the students in the campus, they face lots and lots of challenges. So what are those challenges, which students face in the campus life, which coaching can help to resolve? Would you like to throw some light on this? Kavi, you're muted again.
Thank you for... The host is still not allowing me to unmute.
It's fault, not our fault.
That's fine. These things happen as we navigate these kinds of tough circumstances, but it also is an option and an opportunity for us to participate like this and bring all of us together. I'll tell you, as I was speaking to you earlier, coaching helps in evolving options and opportunities. If I were to go back and live my life all over again, I know that I don't have that choice and chance, but if I did, the one thing that I probably will do is to seek out someone to have regular conversations with at a very young age. What will it do? A few things. Now, if it was a coach, what it would do, it would help me evolve my options better. I think my career, I've been in sales, in administration, in general administration, in HR, and it's meandered through opportunities that just became present. I wish I had the luxury of being able to sit down, evolve my choices, and go in a more structured manner. I'm not unhappy where I've gotten to, but I could have been in very sticky situations. So just having someone to talk and bounce off my ideas, just being a little less sure and being more sure because I have evidence and experiments done, those could have helped me tremendously. That's number one. Number two, and this is even more important, is habits. And forming good, strong habits early on have a disproportionate impact on your career. I mean, I've seen senior executives of many organizations. The better ones have sound habits that just last and outlast very many difficulties people face. And so how do you stick to a good habit? How do you know which are good and which are bad for you? It's not by a diktat, but it is by experiments and finding out those things. Those coaches help in not in telling us what's to be done, but in helping us evolve and stick through and stick with over a period of time. That's the second one. The third and the most important one, in my view, is that it enhances the self-efficacy component. As a young person, I remember being, absolutely resentful of anybody telling me what's to be done. My dad will tell me do this and say, why? My prof will tell me do this and say, I know better than you. Absolutely resentful of anybody telling me what's to be done. If only I had some space to have conversations which would have allowed me to evolve and then do things in my own way, which perhaps would have served me better. Coaching helps us evolve those ways and promotes that level of self-efficacy. And for that reason, I find that people with self-efficacy do extremely well. And these three, to me, are extremely important. If it gets ingrained early on in your careers, it takes you a far further distance than very many other traits that people can have. Adit?
Thank you so much, Kavi, for sharing your thoughts. Taking a leaf from what Kavi was talking about the habits, Rhonda, what do you feel about the kind of habits which our students should have to be successful in their lives?
Yes, I'd like to bring in a model that maybe some of you know. I mean, you're in an academic setting in your university. You've maybe heard of this movement from being an unconscious incompetent to being an unconscious competent, meaning you start out and you don't know what you don't know, or this is termed the lack of awareness stage. You're sitting there, and even if people ask you things, as Payal was doing this morning, you may put up your hand or not, but until you hear the question, maybe you don't even know that it's something you should think about. Once you've got that awareness, then you say, uh-oh, now there's something new for me to think about. Now I have to figure out what to do with this. The third stage is then you start working on this step by step, and you learn more and more about what this is. And this is not learning only in the academic sense, as many people were talking about on the panel yesterday. This is also learning about yourself. Remember, Shushma talked about internal and external knowledge. This also works for what's going on in you, and you're trying to find out how you're going to fast track your career, as we've just mentioned. And when you get to the point where you're an unconscious competent, meaning you can do this in your sleep, you're at a skilled stage, you can actually do those things you want to be able to do. And education in the classic sense of being in university is one of those things, but especially to work on the internal things, coaching is so much better for this, because you're not only bringing in things that somebody is telling you, like a professor or another student in your class, but you're looking inside and trying to find those things that really are important to you. And success has to be not only external, but it also has to be intrinsic. You have to know when you're at the place that's the right place for you. So keeping that in mind and having a coach to guide you through this process is such a helpful thing for all of us.
Thank you so much, Rhonda, for sharing your thoughts. It is also a fact and reality that every student wants to be successful in their life, right? And Kavi also was talking about forming habits, especially in the formative years in the campus. So I'd like to hear from Atul. What do you feel about, what are your thoughts on forming those habits in the formative years while in the campus to be successful in life?
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, very much.
Thank you, Adhir. So once again, thank you for the opportunity. And I thank all these wonderful coaches and students who are here today. I spoke about this yesterday, and I spoke about fire in the belly. I spoke about purpose. And I spoke about what I call Junoon. And for my Indian friends, Junoon is passion. I think people succeed when they find a purpose. People succeed when, with that purpose, they bring their fire in the belly or Junoon, whatever you want to call it. We all of us as human beings, at some point in life, have this enlightenment. My belief is the sooner you get it, the better it is, the more successful you could be, the happier you could be. And I link happiness to success. I think happy people are successful. Successful people need not be happy. So you find your purpose, you'll be happy. You'll find that fire in the belly, and you'll go out and do things that you always wanted to. So I think if we can bring that early on to our students, to university students especially, they'll find a direction and they'll be able to go out and become better human beings. So I only talk about my experience and experience of now dealing with more than 20,000 students. I think many students tend to be, have not found that purpose, do not have that direction. And I think an input through coaching, through a guru, coach, whatever you want to call it, Adhir, can really point students to introspect, to go out and ask the tough questions and say, what do you want to be in life? Not run after what others are doing, following others, rather than chart their own paths. And this could be path breaking because you'll have happier people around, you'll have happier youth, and hopefully you'll have a happier society. So to me, coaching, I so wish, like Kavi was saying, I so wish I had a coach when I was in college. I didn't even know what coaching was. Forget having a coach. I spoke about it yesterday. I worked with a professional coach in the early parts of my career with McKinsey, and I think it changed my outlook to my profession. It fundamentally made me improve on my skill set. I'm very proud to say that I'm currently working with a coach who does ask tough questions. It's not easy, huh? But I think that's I think what introspection is all about, and that's what makes us better human beings and makes us happier and successful. So students, just lap this opportunity. You won't get it again. We are so grateful that all of you have volunteered for it. It's a pilot, and if it succeeds, let's take it across the world. So Adhir, I think it's the sooner the better is all I'll say. When I say sooner the better, I think it's probably a stage where you can't do it with school kids, I guess. But when the youth starts understanding their purpose in life, you can bring in coaching. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Atul, for sharing your thoughts. And building on what Atul was talking about, friends, it's an opportunity which is knocking at your doorstep. Just grab it. Right. Cindy, yesterday we had a very intriguing session on demystifying coaching, where many of the students have actually experienced what exactly is coaching all about. Some of them have observed, and we had great, harvesting of the wisdom of the students who have put it up on the sticky wall here. Right. So they all have experienced live coaching as well as online coaching. Right. So I'd like to invite you to share your thoughts on the power of coaching, when we are looking at demystifying coaching. What exactly is the power of coaching when we are talking about demystifying them?
Okay. I love that, by the way, that idea of collective wisdom and capturing it on the wall. From what the panelists have already shared and the Vice Chancellor shared, it seems like we're already unpacking this topic of the power of coaching. I'm going to add a bit more to it, and noticing that there are a significant amount of students here that have not yet experienced coaching. So by definition, coaching is thought-provoking. The coach will partner with the client in a thought-provoking and creative process that brings out your best, right? Professionally, personally, it brings out the best in you. But these words, thought-provoking and creative, are words that it's continuous inside you, meaning as you are learning, you've been in a learning space for a long time in school, now I think university, thought-provoking is something you're used to. Like you would learn something new, sit down with your colleagues, chat about it, and have some new awareness around it. And then you figure out, maybe I want to try something new. So thought-provoking opens to new possibilities. And there's a huge power in that, meaning maybe you didn't want to, or you didn't even think about a particular thing as Rhonda spoke about. But now the new possibilities exposes you to new options. And it's like, unknown to you become now known to you. There's this power around that. You feel more, I'm hearing this word a lot, empowered. I'm finding something new here. Let me go and explore what are new options are now available with my new thinking. Thought-provoking, new thinking, right? Bringing out more in you. So there's all this power beginning to happen in you having a greater sense of accountability to what you want. And gone are the days when people said, I just want a job. And as long as they had a job, as long as they found employment, they let the other person, the employer, dictate or go with that flow of their career progress and succession. They allow that to be from the other side. But things are changing. Accountability is on your side now. And you begin to define for yourself how you're mapping out or shaping your career path with more opportunities available to you. So that's a huge power in coaching, or it leaves you in a very empowered space to self-learning, self-accountability, self-progress. How are you progressing? I'll stop here, Adil.
Okay, thank you so much, Cindy, for your message. Rhonda, I'd like to share with you something about myself. In my life, I got coached much later in my life, right? I would like to say that it is much later in my career as well, right? But here we find students are getting coached, at a very young age in the campus. So what are your views on the students getting coached at so early in the life in the campus time?
Thank you. This is such an important question. Something you may not have heard about coaching yet is, why do we even use the word coaching for what we're talking about today? And coaching didn't start as a name with those of us who are doing personal development and the things we're talking about here in your conclave, but coaching started from sports, from football in Great Britain. And they were looking for the name of a person who would be working together with a team of people who were then going to play football. And they took the word coach from the vehicle that gets you from A to B. In the old days, that was a horse and a carriage. Later, that was something that in America would call a bus. So a coach was the person to get you from A to B. And I'm sure that with cricket, which is very popular in your country, or American football, which is very popular in my country, people who do sports start at a very early age, and they have coaches from the beginning. Nobody expects anybody to be able to hit a ball or to run with something if they don't learn how. Isn't it time that we do this for what's really important for our whole lives, not just sports, which is also important, but what we're doing with ourselves, how we're helping each other and ourselves to become better people, better in our professions, better in what we do in our lives, in our families, and in our communities. And the nice thing about coaching is it never has to stop. The earlier, the better, as we've just heard. But I'm 63 now. I'm working with a coach and a mentor at this point. So don't think it's something that you'll just do for a while and then let go of it. You'll get the bug, as we say. And if you get this, you'll find out how much it is the part of your life that you really look forward to, because every time you work with a coach, you not only learn more things about yourselves, but you learn how to implement those things and make your life and the lives of others around you better. I hope you get the chance to do the coaching that's being offered by Payal and her team. And I hope you get the chance to continue that through the rest of your life.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kavi, would you like to share any thoughts at this point of time?
Yes, those were wonderful thoughts, Rhonda. I got started in 2004 as a coach. You know why? The first time I heard that there was a coaching organization coming into India, I heard it was an Australian organization. I was naive, and somehow I thought it had some connection to Steve Waugh and John Buchanan and other Australian cricketers. And Buchanan had a beautiful legacy of being a great coach. And I was naive to put two and two together and get into coaching, thinking I will be able to sit down and dictate how other people should live their lives. I paid a bomb of $1.5 lakh of rupees back then in 2004. It almost brought me and my wife to okay, let me keep that aside. But what happened after that was I realized that coaching is not what I thought it would be. It is completely different because it meant putting the charge on the other person who comes in. And these days, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the opportunities you're getting. I work as an executive coach to many people in the corporate world. And as soon as you get promoted, there are 3 things that change. If you become an executive vice president, or if you become the CEO, you get a corner office, you get a new car, and you get a coach. Now, that is the way in which things are progressing. It's not something that's proffered by the way, but it is something that is desired, and that's something that people seek out. Many years ago, there were 2 gentlemen who made some foundational research, and that was 2 people called Ryan and Deci. Richard Ryan and Edward Deci. They brought about a theory called the self-determination theory. How would people be able to act on things by themselves without having to be told by anybody else? There are 3 things they boiled it down to. You should have a lot of autonomy, a sense of competence, and a lot of relatedness to many things around you. In more than one way, coaching helps beget a sense of autonomy, helps you go forward with competence, and then of course helps you relate to at least one person, and through that person relate to many others. I think you are so incredibly blessed to have this opportunity, and I think you should try and see if you can make the most of it. And I will just take a minute to tell you a quick anecdote, a quick story about this wise man who was living in the mountains, and there was a young man who said that, look, I can get this guy wrong. And he caught a bird in his hand and said, I'm going to take this bird to the wise man and ask the man, is this bird in my hand alive or dead? And if the wise man says it is alive, I'm going to let the bird go. I'm going to crush the bird and say it is dead. And if the wise man says the bird in your hand is dead, I'm going to let the bird go out and say it was alive. Either way, the wise man is going to be wrong. So he takes the bird and goes up to the wise man and asks the wise man, I have a bird in my hand. Is it alive or is it dead? The wise man looks at him and says, my dear young man, it is in your hands. So very similarly, will coaching work in your case? Well, it is perfectly in your hands. All the very best to you, and thank you, Adil.
Thank you so much. Kavi, these words of yours are still echoing in my mind. It is in your hands. Yes, friends, it is in your hands as well, right? So I'll take a pause here, and it's time for us to surface any questions that you may have. I'd like to invite my audience sitting here or my friends connected through online to bring up any questions that you may have to our august audience, our august panelist here. Yeah, it's time for us to shoot any questions that you may have. You won't get such a august, gathering of panelists at a time. Right. By the time you gather courage to bring up that question here, there is one question which is coming up from online audience. This question is from Yashraj, who is connected with us online. He says, quite a big subject to classify coaching to fill in a small bucket. But how to choose the right coach or mentor within any organization or corporate, which best utilizes my individual skill set to bring it up in the right direction? So I'd like to invite any of the panelists to pick up this question and answer them. Kavi, would you like to throw some light on this question?
I'm sorry, Adir, I couldn't catch the question well. Sorry, very sorry.
I'll say it again. Yashraj, who is connected with us online, he says, coaching is a big subject to classify and to fill in a small bucket. How to choose the right coach within any organization is what he is interested to know.
Ah, super. Okay, the choice of the coach and the chemistry, as they say, between the coach and the coachee makes a big difference to the coaching conversations that happen. I would always insist on probable coachees having a few conversations with different coaches before deciding to work with one particular coach. That has always given me some sense that people made a choice to work with one particular coach. And that also gives a lot of ownership and autonomy to the person choosing a coach. There was one organization where the choice was limited to coachees. We were running it within the organization, and we had a panel of coaches, and coaches were quote unquote foisted on coachees, and it just didn't take off because people felt I didn't have choice about who I want to work with. It was only when that was loosened up and we encouraged coachees to have conversations with coaches, possible coaches, and make a choice, it just works very well. So have conversations, look for what fits, look for pace, look for style, look for values. In one or two conversations, we usually are able to get a fix on things, and we then choose to work with. That's how I would see Adir.
Thank you so much, Kavi. And I'm also mindful of the time that we are coming close to wrap up the session, and we have that provision for one last question which can come up from the live audience sitting here.
Adir, is it okay if people even share what they got as a thing, something that stuck with you, something that yes. Is this mic working? Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. I am Shubrana and.
Can you keep the mic closer to you, please? Yeah.
Hello, sir. I am Shubrana, and sir, you have told that it's all in our hands. But sir, the biggest question is like how to stay positive in all the situations.
That's a tough one, and perhaps you may not be able to stay positive in all situations. And accepting, and this is my view, and I would invite the other panelists also to opine on this. But my view is just to begin starting with all situations may not render themselves to be positive, but staying positive is a choice. Situations happening may not be a choice. It is not, I mean, this is cliched, but this is very true, that it is not about what happens to us that makes us, but our response to what happens to us is what defines us. And therefore, situations may or may not be positive, but our response to them can change what the impact of that situation to us can be. COVID-19 was not a positive thing for many of us, but our own responses to COVID changed the direction of many businesses and many students and many people. So it is in the response, in my opinion, that is something that is purely in your hands. And staying with an open mind to make choices about that response is still within our bounds of action. That's what I would think. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more coming up from the live audience sitting in the hall here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aline Gargada, pursuing hotel management last sem. So my question is to Rhonda ma'am. At this age, you have accomplished so much. So why do you still need a coach?
Because although I'm the age that I am, I haven't learned everything I need to learn. I'm still looking to improve my life and my own business. I've had my own business for 33 years now, but that doesn't mean that I still know everything I need to know. And therefore, to make sure that my mindset works, to make sure that I can work with those challenges, as Kavi just said, things like COVID-19 or anything else that comes up in life, it's so much better if you have somebody doing it with you. And life throws us things that are not so positive, to go back to your colleague before, but that's the way we learn. You don't get better by having a wonderful pie in the sky, everything is great life. You learn by having those things that happen to you and your response. And the way you work through those things is so much better if you have someone doing it with you. So never say that you don't need anything anymore or nobody can help you anymore. Keep working with coaches as long as you can, because you'll always become a better person.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So what I am also taking away, Rhonda, from your message is coaching is for all, coaching is for life, right?
Yes.
There's no such age for coaching, right?
Yes.
Really, you are an inspiration for all of us, including myself.
Thank you.
Right. I'm also aware of the time that we are coming close to wrap up the session. So I'd like to invite each of the panelists to give you a parting message, a short parting message of 30 seconds each. Yeah, Cindy would like to begin with your parting message, 30 seconds of parting message to our audience.
Okay. Coaching creates the safe space and quite a courageous space. You know, if you're thinking about it, go and take a session. Display some courage, and there'll be new possibilities opening up for you. So I would say step into the safe space and experience coaching. And I'd like to leave with the words of Leanne Rimes when in that song she says, and when there's this moment or when life throws this opportunity to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. And changing that to coaching, there's an opportunity where you can sit it out or you can take it. I hope you take it.
Thank you so much. Love to hear the parting message from Kavi as well. Kavi, if you can unmute yourself, please.
That's the most used word during COVID. Please unmute yourself. Anyway, so
I think you and the mute buttons are not getting along.
Yes. So I think fascinating conversation. I would just like to. I mean, I love the question to Rhonda, which was about at this age. Age is immaterial, because at any age, at any circumstance, we perhaps need to get better with three different things: new tools, new skills, new mindsets. So at any point in time, we need to get better at our tool sets, with our skill sets, or with our mindsets. You need to be able to work with somebody, because coaching is thinking squared, which is two people thinking on skill sets, your tool sets, and mindsets. And that is just incredible. It makes a huge difference to people. And that's one reason why I would think it's important to pick it up as a life skill and not necessarily a moment where things are offered to you and you could choose to take it. It's a life skill for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to invite Rhonda now to share her parting message, 30-second parting message.
Yes, thank you. It's been a wonderful session today. Thank you to all of you who've helped contribute to this. I run my business and my life by a word that I've created called Wispiration, which is half wisdom and half inspiration. Wisdom means you either bring wisdom or you bring a question about wisdom that you don't have. And when you've spoken to others, especially a coach, You then take the inspiration that you've received and you go out in the world and you implement new things to make that work and make your life better and the lives of others better. So never forget the power of whisperation.
Wow, thank you so much. With this, I'd like to invite and go back to Atul sir to share his parting message to all of us.
Thank you, Adher. It feels like I'll be preaching to the popes over here. But in 30 seconds, I think all of us, humankind, needs to be curious and all the time needs to be exploring ourselves, exploring the world. And we should be challenging the status quo. I think Kavi spoke about a skill. I think all of us need to inculcate the skill to get coached, to receive feedback. And it's not easy. So I would say if there's one thing I would like to give back to all of you is to say, start practicing getting coached, build that skill set, and you will be way more happier because you can only improve with feedback and by exploring your potential. Thank you.
Unending claps convey the message of thanks to all the panelists here. Thank you so much for making the time and for your valuable messages to all of us, which will linger in our mind for the times to come. Cindy, I'd like to recognize the presence of a mentee here who is extending his warm thanks to you. That is none other than Puneet Mehrotra. Cindy, you are muted.
Thanks, Puneet.
Right. Thank you so much to every one of you for making your engagement and also for listening to the panelists. And thank you to each of the panelists for sharing your valuable thoughts to all of us. Once again, thanks everyone.
Thank you. Lovely meeting all of you. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of the conclave.
I think the panelists and the moderator does deserve another round of applause. Yes, so I was thinking I'll capture a few moments, but because we are in the rush of time, I will just say that while moderating a panel can be a toughie, the reward for a job well done with an engaging, dynamic conversation that's valuable for both the audience and the panelists themselves goes to the moderator. And definitely our distinguished panel as well. What I take away is when the light bulb moment happens for you, when there is some light inside you, what do you do with that light? Sit with a coach. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, my distinguished panelists as well. Coaching conversations can be fruitful only when it is known what the coach and the coachee bring to the table. To share more about that, we have on stage now Alexandra joining us from Serbia. Alexandra, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us. Me. I'm so happy to be here and to be part of this project.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. She's also a part of our 100 ICF coaches group. Alexandra is an ICF ACC coach.
PCC.
Member trainer, points of view practitioner, wing wave coach, an experienced translator in the construction and food processing industries with more than 15 years of professional experience in both international and local companies in Serbia. Alexandra serves the coaching community in the capacity of implementation mastery sessions facilitator at WBEX Full Summit. Let's give her a big round of applause. Alexandra, over to you.
Thank you so much, Payal, for this introduction. I'm really happy again to be here and to talk for the students about the coaching. That I think that it is one very critical skills nowadays, especially when life is putting in front of us tasks that do not have predefined correct answers. So I see coaching as a critical skills for situations in which there is no correct answer. And this is the beauty of the coaching. And I'm always happy when I can transfer this coaching mindset to my clients. So when we finish with the coaching project, after 6 sessions, 10 sessions, I can see that they learn some big questions that they can ask themselves in the future, and they can coach themselves so they can be absolutely independent. Today, I am invited to talk about what Kochie should do to gain a maximum benefit from the coaching process. And it's a very tricky to talk about it, because it's not on me to say what Kochie should do, because Kochie should find his or her own answers, what to do during the process of coaching. But there are some tips, some advices that I can share here. So one is that what is the most important for the coaching process is that Kochie makes a conscious decision about experiencing coaching, and to know the reason why he or she would like to start coaching process, to be coached by someone on certain topic, or on on few topics, or to be supported by the coach. Also, what is really important is that Kochie keeps curiosity during the process. Curiosity on all the levels. And first, curiosity would be regarding the coaching process itself. So I always invite my clients, my coachees, to ask me anything that they would like to know about the coaching process before we start, during the coaching process, and also to keep that curiosity for themselves regarding their topics. What is also useful for Kochie is to explore before meeting the coach, to explore why he or she needs coaching, and to explore possible coaching topics in advance. Of course, it will be explored during a session, but it is important that Kochie knows why he or she is there. And also, one crucial thing that it is important for Kochie is time management, and some regularity of coaching sessions. I know that life is very busy, especially for students who have a lot of things to do, who have to prepare themselves for exams, but it is really important to plan in advance coaching sessions, so that at least it is advisable that they have 2 sessions per month, 1 session in 2 weeks, because of the processes that is opening up during the coaching process. Also, transparency and partnership are very important. And I will stop here because I saw some hand. I don't know who raised, just to check if there is a question for me, or it was just by mistake. I'm not sure.
You can continue at the end of your presentation.
It's not the end. I just saw the hand. I stopped here.
That's okay. I think we'll go back to that question.
Okay. Is there a question for me, or?
Alexander, you can continue.
Okay, I will continue. So as I said, transparency is really important. What does it mean, transparency? It means that to use the most of the coaching process, it is important for coachee to be transparent and honest all the time during the coaching process with coach. So to share whether he liked the session, he liked the way the session was done, or he or she would like to change something. Because it is important for coachee to feel comfortable and to trust the coach and to feel okay with the coach. So that trust can be done only when there is a partnership and where there is a transparency, when we talk openly. This is that relationship that should be between coach and coachee. And both sides are responsible for that because they should build that kind of relationship together starting from session one. And it comes with a time, of course. Also, what I always advise my coaches, my clients, is that they during the coaching process, when they have support from the coach, that they should really test all the action steps they came up during the coaching session, and to observe what is happening when they are doing or not doing action steps, which is also possible. Many times, coachee comes up with some action steps, and then he or she doesn't do that, and that is okay. It means that, or that was not important so much in that moment, or that something else should be done and not these action steps. But it is important to test. It is important to leave the comfort zone. It is important to leave what is known for us and to learn something new. What I also recommend to my coaches is if they want to, if they're comfortable with it, and if they find it useful, to write a journal during the coaching process, to write down their thoughts, their observations of what is happening regarding their topic, regarding their behavior, regarding their thinking process. So they can go back in a few months, for example, to see how much they progressed, to see what they have learned. And also, it is very important to enjoy coaching process fully, to have a positive memories of the coaching process, and to celebrate every time coachee has some achievement, even the smallest one, to celebrate that, to acknowledge the small steps, the small achievements, to acknowledge his own or her own growth. Well, I would say these are some of advices that I can share here with the students. But I will be happy to hear if there are some questions and to answer on that.
Any questions from the audience regarding what a coachee, that is you, when you're working with the coach, should do or should not do? There is one hand raised. Alexandra will take that question. Could you stand up, darling? Yes, thank you.
Yes, hello, good morning. My question was a little bit about explaining what you were talking about a coach relationship. So in the world we live in today, we have if we have a mental issue, we go to a therapist. If we have an issue with careers, we go to career counselors. So what is the middle ground that a coach, and what is the middle ground where a student goes to a coach rather than a therapist or a career counselor? So, I mean, does that come within the do's and the don'ts of the coach relationship?
Thank you for this question. And this is a very important question. Well, when you choose to go to career counselor, you expect some answers from the counselor regarding your career. When you choose to go to a therapist, this is totally different process. And this process also requires talking about the past, which is not coaching. Coaching is not equal to the therapy. Coaching is more focused on solutions, more focused on the future. And also from the therapist, sometimes you get some explanations about some interpretations of what you're doing sometimes. Probably not from every therapist, but this is totally different. From coach, when you decide to go to a coach, it means that you want to work on certain topic, and coach will only assist you with questions. And coach will be your mirror. You will find your own answers, your own unique, authentic answers, who are always correct for you in that moment. So when you decide to go to a coach, you are not taking a coach if you want to get answers from someone. If you need a mentor, you find a mentor. If you need a counselor, you go to counselor. But if you want to take answers from yourself, from within, from your unconsciousness to the surface, then you hire a coach. And this is like conversation with your own self. And coach is facilitating that kind of conversation. So you can really give your best with your own resources from within.
Thank you so much.
I hope I answered.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would be happy to answer.
We can take one last question before we wind up. Any follow-up question? Any thoughts from what ma'am has shared? Any opinions? Anything that is coming to your mind? All right. I think, Alexandra, we can move forward. Yeah.
Well, how many minutes do we have?
We are at the top of the time.
Okay. So for the last time, I will just repeat what I said in the beginning, that the beauty of the coaching process is that coachee or the client, or in this context, students will learn a little bit about coaching mindset and will embody coaching mindset, and will learn some coaching questions and can start thinking in that way, and can apply that even after the coaching process. Of course, this will not be coaching. This will be some kind of self-coaching, but it will be very helpful. So to maximize the benefit of the coaching process, I invite coaches to write down, I mean, some critical moments in the session, some key questions, and to remember them. It can help them in the future also. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I was going to go there. Thank you so much, Sushma. I think we are thinking alike. Great minds think alike. So any takeaways from Alexandra ma'am's session? What do you think a coachee should do or should not do? Any words that you captured? I can completely understand your apprehension still around the coaching intervention, because all of us coaches who are sitting here, before we were introduced to the word and the world of coaching, our understanding was completely different. Coaching for me was IIT JEE coaching or the MBBS coaching my parents put me through, or sports coaching. And still when people walk up to me, I get to hear, you don't look like a basketball coach, right? So if you have anything that is coming to your mind without any judgment, without feeling it's right or wrong, whatever ma'am shared, what should a coachee or a coachee do or not do to get benefit out of a coaching conversation?
What are things you do to capitalize on the coaching conversation? How should you prepare yourself and go? So give us something you picked up from all this. You're giving me lots of tips.
Courage.
Okay. Courage. Okay.
I am looking for courage in my audience. All right, let's first give a big round of applause to Alexandra ma'am.
Hello. So yeah, I would like to elaborate on the point that Alexandra told us about the trust that we need to develop between the coachee and the coach. Like I tried it and I couldn't develop it. So yeah, that was the takeaway that I'll take, that we need to develop a trust so that we can share something personal and we can get a benefit from that coach.
Wonderful. Let's hear for her. Who's the next courageous person? See, once you exhibit courage, it starts becoming your tendency.
I think another thing ma'am spoke about is finding answers within ourselves. So if you really want to get something out of this coaching process, it involves a great deal of introspection, personal reflections. And yeah, and I think doing that with someone else is always helpful, because then you have a mirror to bounce it off.
Wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
Question for you. Okay, follow-up question for you. You do this
Intention, definitely. I think time is something you can make if you want to do something in life, and you definitely need to have the intent to do it.
So very wonderful. Thank you so much. Alexandra, thank you so much for those snippets of wisdom. I'm sure the students and the entirety of audience take away what is needed to create a safe space for a conversation, a coaching conversation to happen. Thank you for joining us again. And we wish your mother good health. She's taking care of her ailing mother and is with us today. Thank you so much for sparing the time, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Payal, for inviting me, and thank you.
Now, before we dive into our session, which is going to be very interactive and where you'll hear some stories, I'm going to invite one of our young coaches, Rishi Rangola, and he hates it when I call him the young coach, because I continue to introduce him like that, to have a small energizer so that we all feel a break from the monotony of sitting for a long hour. So let's give it for Rishi and Sushma.
Okay. So what happens to our bodies? So what happens to our bodies when we keep sitting like this? And I could see some faces going, oh my God, huh? Hota hai? Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask them an honest question. How many of you are asleep right now?
With eyes open.
Yeah, there's a honest answer there.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you a trick. And this is actually scientifically proven. And this can happen to you in your classes also. I mean, that's human body, right? So how do you wake yourself up and get re-energized? And within seconds. Okay, so I want everybody to stand.
It's going to be a little difficult to walk here, amidst all of these folks. Let me do it along.
Okay, just do what I'm doing. So put your hands out like this. Cross it.
What did you just do? Answer this.
That back. Back.
Insurance.
Back. Yay!
That was a good one.
Thank you all. Now, when I said it's scientifically proven, when you crossed your hands and you did it, your left and right brains crossed. And that's what gives you back that energy. It's scientifically proven. These are all little tricks. If you want to learn more, Google on Mind Gym. And you'll get lots of tips like this. Okay?
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Coach Rishi and Coach Sushma. That was quite impromptu and a lot of courage from our coaches. Thank you. I think yesterday our word was, if you have to give one word for the conclave yesterday, purpose. Very good. And today would be? Courage. Great. It's time to now get into a very interesting fireside chat. And this is going to be about our coaches who are a part of the We Empower coaching project at the university, where 100 internationally renowned coaches credentialed by International Coaching Federation have partnered to enable a transformation in your lives. They're donating these hours to work with you all because they believe in your potential. I would invite 3 of these coaches to come forward and share their experience of having coached a Shulini student. In no particular order, I would invite onto stage James, joining us from Singapore.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, James. Welcome.
Welcome, Paya.
You are audible, yes.
Thank you.
James has spent over 40 years pursuing a global career in finance, and technology that afforded him the opportunity to explore the world and follow his passion for working with people. I think I'm going to buy a new phone today. Embracing continual change. I'm really sorry for that. Embracing continual, and I'm lost. All right, give it up. James, I'm going to go back, right? And this kind of a goof up I can afford with James. So I'm so thankful that it's James on stage right now. So going back, James has spent over 40 years pursuing a global career in finance and technology that afforded him the opportunity to explore the world and follow his passion for working with people, embracing continual change and self-development in support of both personal and professional values. He's based out of Singapore for the last 20 years. James has identified key niche leadership traits, which he has gravitated into focusing on women in business and driving performance through teams and organizations. James has also moved into youth coaching and mentoring across Asia as a part of the Asia Institute of Mentoring and WEDU organizations. Let's give him a big round of applause. James, thank you for joining us and being patient, and we can sort our goof up offline. Next, I invite Dr. Winston onto the stage, please. Any words of introduction would fall short if I start talking about our distinguished coach and guest today at the Shulini University, Dr. Winston. So I'm going to keep it very short. Ambassador, Global University of Lifelong Learning, USA. Accredited mentor coach from International Coach Federation, USA. And his profile is so long that if you start from the website, it'll take at least 30 minutes for me to finish. So I'm going to stop here and welcome you, sir, on board. Thank you. We are now joined by Rukaya Khan from Sharjah. mean, what is this? I've been here working hard for 1 year, and she gets such a big round of applause. Thank you so much. So already a popular figure at the university, please have a seat. Rukaya is the founder of Smiletastic. She's an internationally honored change maker, leading from chaos to clarity. She sees herself more as a smile strategist than a motivational speaker or life coach. Earlier this year, she presented her smile strategy at the Gross Global Happiness Summit 2021, an executive education event hosted annually through the University for Peace, established by the General Assembly of United Nations. She has spoken and twice been felicitated for her contribution at the World Economic Forum. She has delivered talks during the Happiness Carnival conducted in Dubai by the Prime Minister's office. Let's hear it for Rukaya. James, that seat is for you. All right, so diving right in, Dr. Winston, will start with you. I'll keep it very simple. Please share your thoughts, sir, about Shulini students, having coached them, and what do you feel our students could do with the power of coaching intervention?
Thank you, Payal. I think it's been a very, very interesting journey for me because I'm a disciple of lifelong learning. And my Kochie actually was Saluni. And I found that I learned a lot from her more than me coaching her. So I became the Kochie and she became the coach. Thank you.
Sir, any snippets of the conversation without, diluting the confidentiality of the conversation? How would you say Saloni would be as a Shulini student out in the world?
It was very interesting because the moment we finished our coaching session, she got an employment straight away.
Wonderful. We will take requests to be coached by Dr. Winston after the session. All right, coming on to Rukaya, the lady. Yeah. Rukaya, what would you say has been the high point of your interaction with the Shulini students?
I think what really stood out for me, and I work a lot with students, but what really stood out for me with the Shulini students was the fact they're seeded with so much of value. They have a good understanding of where they come from, who they are, where they want to go. So I think I was lucky that way. And just understanding that how they're going to evolve, coming with a lot of curiosity, that was very helpful in our conversations with both my coaches.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rukaya, for sharing that. James, on to you. I'm going to pass you a difficult question. What was your biggest challenge in coaching your students at Shulini? And how could you resolve or have a way forward?
Thank you, Paya. I think the biggest challenge for me was little apprehension. As you said, in my coaching journey, I've been used to certain formats, certain cultures. So it was stepping out of my comfort zone, coming to Shulini. And I have to say it's one of the best things I've done, certainly probably the best thing I've done in the coaching space. My coaching partners, I don't want to call them coaches, my coaching partners, Pavashi, Karan, and Dimple have been fantastic.
Yes, James, thank you so much. You're being very kind. Thank you. So I'm now going to turn this fireside chat into a panel discussion, and I'm going to give it to the distinguished coaches who are there on board and ask them to share what they feel they would want to share with the students present here in the context of what we have been talking about in the conclave from yesterday, about integrating coaching into learning. Could that complement of whatever is already happening in your classrooms, your teaching, your mentoring, your upskilling, which your professors, mentors, educationists are investing in you, and how we could also see the ROI on coaching and what we spoke about in the morning today, fast forwarding your career through coaching. So the house is open.
Up to me. Okay, so I'm a storyteller, and I'm going to share with you a tiny little story, and then you can connect the dots for yourself. So there's this person, a young boy, who lived along with his grandfather for the summer, was visiting his grandfather for summer. And every morning, the grandfather would go by a stream and they'd go fishing. And he'd observe his grandfather every day pull out fish from the river. And he'd have this little scale with him that he would measure. He'd measure the fish and then he'd check if it is as big as the scale he has or a little smaller. And then he'd put it in the bucket and they'd walk back home. Now, he was observing this day after day, but he got very curious, like kids usually are, like you guys are. And he said, Nanu, I'd like to call him Nanu. He said, Nanu, why do you always pick the fish of the same size or smaller? Now, rattle your minds a little bit and tell me. I just get a little courageous because that's the day. That's the word for today. What could be the reason? Just one or two guesses, maybe. Why do you think he was picking the little fish or same size? I like the sound of silence. Guess. Come on. Yes, silence definitely speaks. Anyone? You guys gave me a big applause. Now live up to it. Come on. एक guess. कोई एक guess. एक या दो. ठीक है. चलेगा. Done. Gautam.
Ma'am, somehow if he catches big fish, it will make him happy.
But that's a very good depiction of courage and also your thinking. So thank you. Let's hear.
Thank you.
This might be like a different perspective, but it might be like he might be catching small fishes because he might have the size of a pan, which would be like very much small, and he could use.
Have you heard this story before?
No.
I love it. See, that's what I meant when I said Shulini students are forward thinking and curious. Big round of applause for you guys. अंश क्या बोलना था? वो harm नहीं करेगी उसको इसलिए. Lovely. So the answer was what she said. She nailed it. He was picking little fish because he had a pan of that size. Now, how often in a conversation, in a relationship, in an experience, you're picking a small size, I can do this task because your pan is of that size. There's so much more that you can do if you pick a bigger fish. Like Gautam said, you'd be more happy. So this opportunity that you're getting here to be coached by the best, picked by the best, with a very forward-thinking vision, what can you do with it? That's all I'd like to say for today. Thank you.
I'd like to leave a very nice acronym for coach with all of you today. The first one is the letter C, stands for being considerate. As a coach, we've got to be very, very considerate of a coachee. And then, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. Sorry, the first C
I'll hold that
is considerate. The second one, letter is O. You got to be optimistic. And the letter A stands for attentive. God has created all of us. Do we all look alike? No, we are all different. That's the beauty of the creation that God created us with. We are all different, but we all have the same faculties. You got your head, you got your mind, we've got 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 tongue. So we speak less, we are taught to hear, listen. We got to be very, very attentive of what the coach will say. And 2 eyes to observe. We need to observe the coachee every moment of our coaching session. And the next is C, confident. We got to be very confident of ourselves. We heard from all the remarkable speakers. They've all spoke about confidence, be confident. And the letter H speaks of humanistic. We've got to be human. We are living on this earth, we've been born, we live, and then we pass on. What do we take with us? Do we take anything with us? No, we leave everything behind. We've got to remember that we've got to leave a very good legacy behind. So as coaches, always remember, whatever you say, whatever you do, whatever actions that you take, they've got to be spot on. The Professor Raj Revans, the great pioneer in action learning, he devised a formula for learning. A equals to A, the letter standing for action, equals to L, which is learning, which you and I are doing. And the important factor is the Q factor, where you question yourselves. Professor Alan Mumford, the great visionary, complimented Professor Raj Revans and said the formula for action learning actually is the letter L plus Q to the power of 2. But through my years of research, I have come up with another formula complementing these two wonderful people. A, action learning, lifelong learning equals to power of learning, lifelong learning, and Q to the power of infinity, where you keep on questioning yourselves. So many speakers have spoken about this, where we have to look within ourselves, not outside, but we look within ourselves before we come up with an answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Winston, Rukaya, and James. Waiting to hear from you.
Thank you, Paya. Unfortunately, I don't have a story to tell. I'll leave that to my friend Rakra. For me, from a coaching perspective, my main role is to create that trusted space, that trusted environment for the coachees to really be able to feel comfortable that they can start to learn more about themselves and also gain that confidence to do what they envision they want to do. From a coach's perspective, working with my 3 rock stars, it wasn't to tell them what to do. It was just to be there to support them in the options that they wanted to explore and a journey that they want to follow. And I'm so pleased that I'm on this journey, and I continue to be on this journey with all 3 of them. So thank you.
The next 3 students who could be 3 from this hall as well. You able to hear me clearly, James?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I was saying that your journey will continue with the 3 more coaches that you'll be working in the next leg of this phase. And they could be sitting right here in front of us. We don't know. So what are the 3 key highlights that you would want to share with them? Though Alexandra has talked about, what is what does a coach and the coachee bring to the table? But any 3 things that you want to tell them before they get into a coaching intervention?
Yes, I would say to them, bring your courage. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to join early. I've just got in from the UK. But certainly be courageous. Look to be committed. It is the start of a journey. There will be obstacles. There will be rocky times when you feel uncomfortable. And to be honest with you, the more uncomfortable you're feeling, the more you're pushing yourselves. And the more you push yourselves, the more you achieve, the more confident you will become.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, James. I think that's a beautiful piece of advice there. The more uncomfortable you feel, the more courageous you need to be, and the more the growth will happen. Do you remember I shared at the outset of the day today that people will be fishing for quotes? Some of you may have joined us later. Any quotes that you now want to share from Rukaya ma'am, Dr. Winston, or James that you have been able to capture, and we'll come with the mic to you? Courage. Yes, yes. And she has become like the, spokesperson. Yes, thank you. Let's hear it for her. And you will have to tell us who said what.
Actually, ma'am, this side Saloni Verma, and I just want to ask the question only.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to know how was James managed with our mentality, considering his mentality is different, like from our culture.
Okay.
Like, we think different from like our childhood. Our parents teach us to be like a narrow-minded thing. So how he deals with our mentality, sorry.
Yes, it's okay.
Like we are.
I understand. So you're talking about the cultural diversity,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a very, very significant and an important question. A very intelligent question that we think through when we plan our coaching projects and when we map the children with the coaches. Thank you so much for asking. So James, to you. She's asking, how would you bridge the gap when you're working with the Kochie from India, considering that you're from a different part of the world and the upbringing, the value system maybe has been slightly different?
I think that's a great question. And that goes back to my initial comments where a little bit of apprehension on my part at the start. I wanted to make sure that I identified what value I could bring to these people. And these people became my coaching partners and have become my friends. And for me, I think building that trusted environment and they realizing that, yes, they would learn from me, but also realizing that I would learn from them and continue to do so. So the more equal you make the partnership and the relationship, I think the better that coaching conversation will be and the ongoing journey. Hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you for asking that question. Thank you, James. We can take one last question. I'm waiting for the hand to go up. Yes, wonderful. We have that girl there. Please introduce yourself before you ask the question. Let's give her again a big round of applause.
My name is Anvit and I don't have a question, but yesterday when we were with Rukaya ma'am, she said something and it really touched me. She said that life is all about ups and downs, but all we have to do is trust the process, love ourselves, don't lose hope, and we have to trust that life is all about magic. There's magic in everything. All you have to do is just never lose hope and believe in ourselves.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear it for Rukaya as well. A big round of applause. There's a famous saying, magic happens for those who believe in it, right? So do you believe in the magic that you hold within yourselves? How many of you? With a show of hands, how many of you believe in the magic you hold within yourself? Wonderful. Yes, and James says yes, and Dr. Winston and Rukaya say yes. Wonderful. Any last thoughts from our coaches here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm really bent on putting across is the concept of perfection is flawed. The concept of perfection is flawed. So if you wait for that perfect moment where you'll have that conversation, you wait for that perfect moment where you take that next step, wait for that perfect moment when everything will go smooth as silk at an event, it won't happen. So believe that it's in those flaws that you find yourself. The concept of perfection is flawed. Thank you.
I think I needed it more than anybody else here, because I heard when I went out from my family and friends that how many times did you have to mention that you were exhausted? Yes.
And on that, Payal, this is outstanding what you've put together. And I think Payal, I've been asking for this. Payal deserves a standing ovation. Don't you think so? Please, let's do it for Payal.
All right, I accept with grace, though I don't deserve it at all. It's all the 100 coaches the management at Shulin University, students like you, and all friends and well-wishers, and people joining us from across the globe who believe that this investment in youth is actually worthwhile, and we are creating the enablers of tomorrow, right? Do you believe in that? Enablers of tomorrow? Yes, wonderful. So 30 seconds, Winston sir, and 30 seconds, James.
We are all born on this earth and we are all supposed to be normal. The principle of normality. Some are introverts, some are extroverts. But during our life on this earth, each one of us have to try our best to try and come to the position of normality. So just picture a straight line. You have introvert on one side, you have extrovert on the other side. But day by day, each one of us have to try our very best to try and come to the point of normality, where there's peace, where there's solitude, and where we behave as normal people and not abnormal people.
Thank you, sir. The idea of normality. Normalcy is very subjective. We have understood that COVID situation is the new normal, right? James?
Yes, all I would say is until you believe in yourself and believe what you can do, others will struggle to believe in you and believe what you can do.
Very powerful, James. Very powerful. So start believing in yourself if you want others to believe in you. I think we are full of quotes today. You can pen them down during the tea break that we're going to have now. And before that, thank you so much, James, for your precious time, Dr. Winston and Rukaya, for this amazingly interactive session. We had a lot of fun and so much to learn. Thank you. Thank you. Students will break for tea only for sharp 25 minutes. Your tea is... Yeah, online audience, thank you so much. You can also take a quick water and tea break.
Thank you.
Yes, students, G and H block. Between G and H block, there is this area near the lift. There is tea and snacks for you there. Go have it, come back. You have to be back by 12:25, and we get into very interesting sessions. All right, students, volunteers, please make sure that students who are not attending the conclave are having a gala time at the feast area. It's only for the participants. Participants, please take your badges. Take your badges from the volunteers quickly. Arzu, hand over badges to the volunteers. others. Students, can you please settle down? Call your friends. If you know them on WhatsApp, please. We are already running very late. Volunteers, we will close the gates because Atul sir is going to address the gathering. Then your volunteers will not be allowed inside and they will not get the attendance. Your student group will not get the attendance. So please inform them right now in your coaching conclave group. Now means now, not 5 minutes later. Atul sir is waiting on the Zoom call to be let in. And everyone, please put your mobiles away, sit properly in a professional position, keep your bags down. I should not see any bags in your laps or in the under the chairs. Just make sure they are hidden well. You have been such a phenomenal audience since morning. Let's continue to stay like that. Another couple, I think another hour or so, and we'll be winding up the conclave. And I can promise you, you will love the sessions. Please put your bags away. They should not be seen in the Zoom call. Hospitality, 3 cheers for you. Always on time. Wonderful. Take care extra time. Volunteers, am I hearing that you're calling your friends to have tea and refreshments? Students who are not a part of the conclave? बच्चे लंगर थोड़ी लगा हुआ है. All right, we'll do one thing. We'll start moving forward and cover the seats which are vacant, please, quickly. Because Atul sir is going to address the gathering. आगे आगे आ जाओ जो seats खाली हैं आपके पास आसपास. Please, quickly. Just cooperate. The group sitting there, if you could stop your phone and just listen to the instruction. Move forward and occupy the vacant seats, please, quickly. It's a simple movement from one row to another, doesn't require like really too much of cognitive thinking. So we do one thing, we leave the second, तीनों बच्चे आप पीछे चले आओ ताकि ये पूरी रो खाली रहे, फिर आधी अच्छी नहीं लगती. Any student volunteer here right now? People in the aisle, please get up and sit on the chairs. You have enough. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the tea break. Are you feeling refreshed? Do you want to do a quick moodometer again? No? So show of hands, tell me how many of you are feeling energized? Oh, that's amazing. Wonderful. A big round of applause. So I think our sessions from the outset, fast forwarding your career through coaching. And we have, did that panel discussion intrigue you? How much? Give me a rating on 5. Close your thumb, make a fist. And then when I say fist to 5, if you rate it 1, 2, 3, 4, just go like that, okay? Whatever number you want to give it. And I'll say fist to 5. You have to be very quick. Fist to 5. Oh, 5. Adhisha, big round of applause for you. So the fireside chat and hearing the stories from the coaches, understanding what a coach and a coachee need to do, before they get into a coaching conversation. We'll have to keep the doors closed, please, now. And one of us can be outside so that we can cater to the audience later who are entering. If you could just give me a minute. Sorry for that interruption. So we'll wait for Atul sir to join and address all of us. I would request the tech team to give me a cue once sir is here. Yes, yes. So do you see that wall over there? The colorful wall with the sticky notes? So one is full. How many of you actually read it? 1, 2 people. I want you to read it. These are the reflections from the participants yesterday after they attended the conclave. The next sticky wall, do you see? Who is it for? Yes. So you can share anything that comes to your mind. It could be a feedback. It could be a reflection. It could be a quote from the panel discussions that you heard or any speaker that you heard. It could be golden nuggets that you want to take away from the conclave today, right? So anything that comes to your mind, you can share. We will be distributing the post-its shortly after Atul sir's address. And at that point in time, you can pen it down. And while you're leaving, around 3, when we close, you could just paste it on the wall. You need not need any tape or Fevicol or anything. Just go the sticky wall itself. The names, is self-explanatory. It will stick on it. So are we all set? We have our panelists who have already joined us. Anshul and Aarti and Eddie, welcome to Shulini University. Let's give them a big round of applause. They are, so I think I will not take away from the moderator and stay quiet for now, though the temptation is very strong. Eddie and Anshul and Aarti, I would request for a bit of patience from your side. We will have an intervening address from the Vice Chancellor. He has an important engagement that has come up and he wants to address the students and the audience online before he has to leave. So we're just waiting for him to join. Any guesses who these panelists could be, would be? Wow, who said that? Yes, great. Students who are being coached. Or maybe somebody who's coaching the students as well? Possibility? Eddie and Anshul and Aarti, shall we do a quick game? Will that be okay? Who do you think is coaching? Not getting coached. Who do you think is coaching? Aarti, okay. Aarti, yes. Do you think Aarti is coaching? Out of all of them? Okay, we will not tell. We will not spill the beans right now. Who do you think is getting coached? Obviously, Eddie and Anshul. Yes. So they're joining us from different parts of the world, here to share their experiences, as you have already seen in the agenda. The real stories of getting coached, right? And we'll dive into the session immediately after Atul sir's address. I really can't complain about that now, can I? So what has happened, our distinguished panelists, that my phone rang during the conclave. So all my liberty and my prerogative to tell them to keep their phones in silent is completely smashed. So anybody wants to share what has been your takeaway from what all we have been listening to, interacting around since morning? Takeaways, learnings. You want 30 seconds to think about it? Okay. Could one of my team members check for? Okay. All right. 3 cheers for all the students who are here to embark on a journey of their learning and growth. You know, it is very important. Yesterday, we had an eminent speaker, Jonathan Reeds, talking about making choices. Choices, do you think you have the power of choice? Do you think you have the power of choice? Like right now, what could be a choice that you could possibly make? Yes? Yes, yes. You were saying something. Yes. Say it out. It's fine, right? We are all human beings. Run away from here. Okay, that's. So that's pretty honest. Let's hear it for honesty. Wonderful. So that's a choice that you could make. We are not holding you here, right? Are we? Okay. There's some sort of skepticism around that answer, but I'm going to say that we are not holding him. So you have made a choice to be here. And this choice is what? Where will this choice lead you? I'm not talking about particularly about being present in the conclave today, but where does this choice lead us when we make a difficult yet a presumably right choice? What happens to us? You feel satisfied. Okay, wonderful. What else? You are coming out, actually stepping out of your comfort zone. Great. You are trusting everyone. Wow. Okay. Are you trusting me right now? And the panelists? Oh. What else happens? What else happens? Learning something new, because you are making a choice to not do something you've already been doing, but try out or explore something different. Wonderful. What else? Our audience is opening up. I see courageous faces and voices now. What else? We can look at the post-its later. Miracles happen. Who said that? Wow, Praneeth. Wow. And you do see a miracle standing right in front of you, right? Just joking. Just joking. What else? What happens when you exercise the power of choice by making a difficult choice, yet something that could lead you to success? What else? People start looking up to you because you're making those choices. How many of you think you have the freedom of choice? I thought you will say, no, no, no. Professors, Pal ma'am, parents, they've all taken away the freedom of choice. How many of you, when we were listening to Kavi, he said something very pertinent. He said, we don't like to be told, right? Do we like to be told? What do we like? To do what we want to do. And that's exactly that you'll be able to do with a coach. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's my privilege to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Atul Sir, who is here to address the gathering offline and online. Over to you, Atul Sir. I will not eat into any time of yours.
Thank you very much, Payal, and I hope I'm audible. I can see some beautiful faces in the audience, some beautiful friends. And I was looking forward to meeting you, but I have to rush to Delhi on a something very urgent. It's a personal emergency. One of my uncles just got operated, and I had promised my support to him. I think you'll appreciate my absence. So I just thought I'll come by and thank all of you. Thank, first of all my very dear friends, my coaches, to be here. And you are just wonderful. You know, we love you. You bring in so much energy. You bring in just an amazing, I would say, dimension to Shulin. This has been a dream for me, Payal. My dream of a university is that we've got free flowing of thoughts. We create students who are fearless, who have the courage to ask questions, who become world leaders. And initiatives like these make my dream come true. A dream where the young and the old learn from each other, we coach each other, and we just make wonderful human beings out of everyone. So thank you. I personally spent one-on-one with some of you, with Navneet, with you, and Vincent sir, with you. What amazing discussions. I mean, I will remember these for all my life, and hopefully we'll work very deep. Shulini is your home. You're all Shulinians. You are Shulinians for life. So anytime, anything you need from Shulini, we are there. You can just walk in, and you know the huts, you're all staying up there. So if you want, we can give you the keys also for the locks. So you can just come in and just park yourselves out there. So this is your home. So that's first. For the students who are attending, what an opportunity for all of you. I mean, thanks to all these wonderful people. You guys are so lucky, and hopefully some of you will take great opportunity out of it and change your lives. It won't happen to everyone, but my belief is that even if it can happen with 10 students, if we can change 10 lives, we would have changed at least 1,000 lives around it, because each person changes another 100 lives. So I think at least we're talking about 1,000 lives in the next 2 to 3 years, and hopefully it's a snowball that will move up. There's some amazing students here from all over the world on this beautiful panel. So I thank you, and you're also welcome to come and spend some time at Shulini. Do that. We'd love to have you as exchange students, or just visit us. Speak to the students, mingle in. We have a beautiful campus, and I mean, I never thought about it, but that's what a coach does. You know, yesterday, Winston sir and I had coffee together, and he looked at me and said, "You're the only university in the world, perhaps." And he said, "I've seen more than 100 universities that is built on a hill." And then I'd never thought about this, Payal, ever. And I suddenly got goose pimples. So we're going to use that. And first, I'm going to use that to invite our dear students on the panel from across the world. Come and visit Shulini. We are unique, and we have a beautiful campus. We're on a mountain. We're on a hill. We also bring coaching to our students, and we'll bring coaching to all of you. So once again, I'm highly obliged, not only to the coaches, some who've been here in person. We are friends for life. I'll always be a coachee to you, so you'll be my coaches. I also thank my dear students, who many of them have gone out, listened, have pledged to get coached. I think it's so amazing. And I thank all the panel members who've come in virtually and participated in VE, which is a movement to change the world, a movement to bring a new direction to the youth through coaching. So Payal, you're absolutely spectacular. Despite the technology glitches, I think the way you've kept your composure and the way you've managed it. So big round of applause to Payal. Big round of applause. I think sometimes we forget the technology team out there. So I think you guys are winners. You've just made it seamless. I mean, I could do this sitting in my office rather than come up. So huge round of applause for the technology people, Mahesh, Kamal, and others. You are just spectacular. So many people have worked, behind the scenes. All the student volunteers, right? So a big round of applause to them. You just stood up and just made everyone comfortable. I think one of you coaches had misplaced your bag. I hope you got your bag back. I hope it was not lost somewhere. But I think the student volunteers are just spectacular. What an opportunity for you people to spend time with such amazing luminaries, I would say. And I'll speak about that in a second. I'd also like to thank Brigadier Mehta and his team. I think nothing can happen without phenomenal operations. I think the team, there's something about operations, dear students. We always complain against them. Food theek nahi hai, food is not good enough, the place is not clean, blah blah blah, and we push them towards perfection. But they have a thankless job because they're expected to do it. So we should really go back and hug Brigadier Mehta. I don't know whether he's there over here or not, but he works very hard, and just make sure that Shulini is spick and span, is the cleanest campus in India, brings in clean technologies into the campus, keeps people happy, students happy. So thank you, Brigadier Mehta, your team, Virender, everyone. What a Balbir, who gives us food, right? I mean, what a fantastic job you've done, Balbir. So do pass on these messages, Payal, to all of them. I think security makes sure that we are safe. So again, thank you, security, for making it happen. Transport, I think you're the ones who got all our coaches here. And finally, my very dear friend Ram Sarup, who runs Yogananda Village. I think he is always a phenomenal support, and hopefully all you coaches had a wonderful time in the cottages that you stayed in. So Ram Sarup, if you're there or if you're not there, we should celebrate the success, Payal. I'll just leave with one thought, and the thought is about our ex-president, Dr. Abdul Kalam. So all of you know, or most of you know, there's some faces from outside the country. Dr. Kalam was an amazing person. He was a scientist, he was a philosopher, but more importantly, a very humble man. So Dr. Kalam came to Shulini in 2013. And I had the opportunity of spending a day and a half pretty much shadowing him, one day pretty much one-on-one, and half a day, with him as he was here on Shulini. I think that's probably the best 36 hours of my life. And he really, I think, left a huge impression in my mind. And I think he sort of coached me. And I'll give a small example over here. What an amazing coach he was. And I so wish he was alive today. So it just happened that Dr. Kalam is now, imagine he's on a golf cart and he's coming up the golf cart. And he ends up at the library. The chief minister of a state was waiting for him. And the chief minister of a state is a very important person, right? I mean, there were thousands of people around the chief minister. But as Abdul Kalam comes up in his golf cart, everyone leaves the chief minister and rushes to Dr. Kalam. I mean, he was the star. And suddenly, the chief minister, very dear late Veerbhadra Singh, is alone. So imagine, surrounded by 100 people in the golf cart, Dr. Kalam and I come, and everyone leaves the chief minister and rushes towards Dr. Kalam to get his autograph. This is real and it can happen. I can guarantee you, if Amitabh Bachchan walks right now outside the door, you won't be able to keep your crowd pile however much you want. They'll all run there. So that's what happened. So Abdul Kalam calls me and whispers in my ear and says, Abdul, go, leave me, go to your chief minister. I'm here only for a day. You have to live with him for 5 years. Go, and he pushes me out and sends me to Veerbhadra Singh. And I think that was his presence of mind. Imagine, he was 80 plus. He'd been a very, very famous scientist, ex-president of India, and he is thinking on the ground. I mean, how many of us can do that? He's thinking for Shulni, he's thinking for me. And I think that's a huge lesson that I got, that how do you be empathetic? So being empathetic becomes very, very important. So hopefully, students, you've learned empathy over the last 2 days. Once again, I really, really thank all of you. I just saw Sushma pass by. So Sushma, we love you. I think the second or third time that you've been here. Thank you so much for your support. You are wonderful, and all of you, of course, are wonderful. So hopefully, Payal, we can do a sort of a small retreat, which is not that formal, something informal in the next 1 year, 6 months, and have some of our beautiful friends from overseas, from other parts of the world also join, and we can sing and dance and learn from each other. I can see some smileys coming from Eddie. So thank you, Eddie. Eddie, where are you from?
I'm from Michigan in the United States.
Oh, that's a cold place. So you need annoying, right? So you need to come to India. While we're not very hot, we are up in the mountains. You'll love. I spent some time in and around Lake Michigan. Beautiful place. So no wonder you have such a beautiful smile. And Anshul and Aarti are there. Where are you guys from?
I'm basically from India, but right now based out of Cleveland, Ohio, doing my MBA out of Case Western.
Okay, you're at Case Western. And Aarti?
Likewise from India, now and residing in Houston, now vacationing in Cancun, Mexico. So
I love Eddie more than I love Anshul and Aarti. With all due respect, Houston is so boring. I was there just before COVID, right? Well, anyway, you have to find excitement in boring places, but there's lovely places nearby, so you can explore those. And Cleveland, oh God, what a dull town! They need a lot of coaching from you, Anshul. It is industrial US. Anyway, I hope you get to see more of the United States. It's a beautiful country. And thank you. What beautiful faces. Once again, thank you, Payal. And really, really look forward to meeting all of you again. Thank you. Have a great day. Payal, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Atul sir. Thank you for saying thank you. And please, and that you are doing great work. Thank you for giving us second chances when we screw up. Thank you for sometimes taking responsibility when it's our fault. Thank you for speaking so highly of us in private and public. Thank you.
No, Payal, we all, there are no mistakes in life. We just do things. We should just do things. We should take initiatives and take the risk and do it. So there's nothing like mistakes or screwing up. I think doing is more important than anything else. So I think that's. So don't even. I think it could be better. I don't know. You can ask the coaches, right? I mean, what could be better than what you guys did? So we love you, Payal. Thank you for doing what you've done.
We do love you, sir. All of us, right? Yes. A big yes, please.
It's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye. And special thanks to Eddie, Aarti, and Anshul to be here. Thank you.
All right. So a big round of applause for our panelists. And we thank them for their patience, and we thank Atul sir for his address. We resume our sessions in the conclave with one of the major highlights of the program. Panel discussion moderated by Rishi Rangola, where we interact with students from across the universities of the world and our own Shulini student to bring to fore the real stories of change and transformation. Rishi is a transformative catalyst and an ICF credential coach with over 1,500 hours of coaching experience. As a member of the International Super Coach Cafe, I want to know about that. For transformative coaching, Rishi brings distinguished expertise and experience in coaching from a three principles understanding. Rishi serves high performers and leaders in an individual capacity and in organizations, helping them unlock their potential and possibility by enabling mastery over their state of mind and state of being. For over a decade, he has been an avid explorer of the intersection of psychology, spirituality, and philosophical inquiry and their applications in coaching. 3 cheers for you, Rishi. And at this moment, I hand on the stage to our very apt moderator. Yes.
Yes. Am I audible though? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Eddie, Anshul, Aarti. Thank you so much for your patience. I know I'm not facing you, but I can see you here. There's a screen. And Ankita, why don't you come in as well? And I'll introduce all of you together.
Big round of applause.
Right, please have a seat. Ankita is a student at Shulini University. She is an MBA student, and she's one of the first people in the university to be coached in the pilot phase in 2021. Thank you for your courage. And she's going to share us some real, raw, authentic experiences right here. And Aarti, where can I start? First of all, thank you so much. I know it is midnight. I know you're traveling and you still made it here. Aarti is currently leading the cybersecurity product line at Nexus Controls, which is a Baker Hughes business. Aarti has been in the industry, marine engineering industries, for almost 13 years and more. And she has experienced coaching at various points in her life. She is based out of India and she's currently staying in the United States. And she is a passionate proponent of diversity, equity, inclusion, and STEM education in students. She's also done a pro bono coaching initiative in Houston, Texas. Thank you so much for doing that, Aarti. Welcome. Eddie and I share a similar background. We're both engineers. Eddie is currently the product manager at Bosch, but he is also a professional coach. So yes, he is the professional coach. He's also credentialed through the ICF. And Eddie first experienced coaching at the Kettering University Leaders Endowment. He later on went on to lead that endowment and the coach training that they offer as an alumni member. Thank you for being here, Eddie. And Anshul, thank you for joining us. Anshul Gupta has worked at TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. I'm sure you know it, for almost a decade before moving on to pursue a master's in business administration from the Weatherhead School of Management, Case Western Reserve University, where she experienced coaching, because Case Western Reserve University is a place where a lot of neuroscience research on coaching goes on. And she's been on both sides of the table as well as a peer coach. So welcome, Anshul. Thank you for being here with us. Right, just quick check-in, audience. How many of you are really awake right now? Show of hands, please.
Oh, that's loud.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with me. And this is probably the most fun session in the entire conclave. And really, that's the only reason I'm doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. All right, I'm gonna, yeah, oh, fine. All right. Without further ado, let us start the questions. Aarti, I have my first question for you. I know that you experienced coaching at a relatively tough time in your life. I'm curious about what some of your thoughts were at that time, and how did coaching help you at that point?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Rishi. Am I audible? All good?
You are audible.
Good. Volume, is it okay? Low, high?
Just a moment. Can you increase the volume a little bit?
Is it any better now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Rishi. So I was exposed to coaching about 2 years ago as part of my MBA program at Rice University. And I will be honest, the first session of coaching, it was super awkward. There were awkward, long pauses, too much silence, and I was honestly creeped out for someone listening so much to me. As a mom of 2 toddlers, I am surrounded by noise all the time. So I was really like, is this leadership coaching? Is this therapy? And what will I tell my parents? We'll be like, everything to take Hannah. I wasn't sure. However, once I started trusting the process, and about 1.5 sessions later, I started leveraging my coach as an accountability partner, just like you would do for a workout. And then I said, you know what, I'm just going to address like 3 things to improve perception of, to see how others perceive me as a leader, like work on communication, how to drive accountability, indirect influence, things like that. So the coach also, again, with some more awkward silence and listening, we charted out a specific actionable plan, and we broke it down into, okay, communication, what does it mean? Like, work on, should I even be concerned about my thick Desi accent, and like pace, how can I be prepared for meetings, things like that. So one thing led to another. I really started enjoying the process. For a type A person like me, having that accountability partner, making a list of action items, and actually, action items for soft skills, for human skills, so once you cannot see. So it immensely helped me. One thing led to another. Once I finished the program, I signed up to get trained as a coach, and really found it more eye-opening, in the sense, much more introspection, self-reflection, and finding purpose, right? That was the theme for yesterday. And more self-awareness. It actually helped me be a better wife to my husband. He was like, why are you listening to me so much? You always interrupt me when I talk, He wasn't sure. He was creeped out too. But anyway, so we're all, not to say we are like a silent family now, we all still yell at each other, but it helped me listen to intent from my kids too. And that really was mind-blowing. So once the time came for the MBA capstone project, me and 4 other folks who've been through this coaching, we were like, why can't we offer this to immigrants and refugees in Houston who need it the most? This leadership coaching, which is traditionally reserved for executives and folks who can afford that, we wanted to open it up for refugees and immigrants, because we wanted to understand their verbal cues as well as non-verbal cues with that active listening. So, and by God's grace and lots of planning, lots of meetings, we were able to kick off the program 3 weeks ago. So very glad to be here and to be sharing about my insights.
Thank you so much, Aarti. Thank you for sharing. And I do resonate with your apprehensions when you first started engaging with the coach on what is this really about? Is this leadership? Is this relationship? What is this awkward silences and just somebody listening to you? And I'm curious, Ankita, I'm going to speak to you and have your perspective. You experienced coaching in the university at a time when you probably did not have many people to tell you what it's about. How did you find coaching at that point?
First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for asking that question, because I was not asked this question for past 1 year now. So when I was selected as the first, one of the first people amongst the all the management students and the students in the university, I was taken by a surprise, because at that time I was not aware about the term coaching. I was just aware about the term coaching, which is generally taken by the students for specifically clearing the exams. So I was like, what is this life coaching? What exactly it is going to give values to me or something like that? And specifically when you are at that time, we all were stuck in the lockdown, and we were called the COVID class. Not being face to face to like with the students, and I'd only a few people I talked to and handful of friends. So I was asked questions like, is this something magical? The coach does not know you, and how are you going to face the unknown person and sharing your thoughts with them? And do you think that really it is going to be helpful or something like that? So, but I did not answer those questions. They themselves saw the transformation in me. So I think that was the answer from my side to them. And I think it was a complete metamorphosis for me. From being a girl who was full of self-doubt and refraining from answering questions, not participating in anything, though virtually, but not participating at all, I came back with more confidence, less self-doubt, having that courage to actually take up the decision and not jumping on the conclusion. And I think that was the result. I, along with a friend of mine, last year, we won a national case study competition. And I think my coaches, one was Mr. Prakash Nair, based in Bangalore. And the other coach currently is Payal ma'am. And I'm really thankful for these two people. And that's how I took up the coaching.
This is a wonderful journey when you shared not speaking up at all, not participating in anything. And here you are speaking with all of these audience. Congratulations on your journey. Let's give a huge round of applause for Ankita. Anshul, I want to gather your perspective here because you are currently a student at a university as well. And at a university where coaching is something that's really happening, something that all the world looks up to in terms of the research. How did you encounter coaching, and what was your first response to being coached?
Yeah, I mean, an interesting question. I'd love to answer that. Thank you for the question as well. So I would start by stating the very important fact that Case University has been actually doing coaching since 30 years now. And it is actually based on empirical studies and is also backed by evidence. The research on the emotional and the social competencies as well by various scholars has been taken into account, has advanced the coaching completely, and it has also been backed by the coach certificate programs now. So, I mean, my encounter with it being having understanding that there are various models of coaching and what Case actually uses to target the coaching phenomena by using an experiential learning process, which is mostly basically an important aspect of discovering an ideal self by means of some certain important parameters, which have actually been like the building blocks for our personal and also the professional growth. To name a few, the reflection was the starting point where we were all made to like articulate and think deeply about our passions, about our purpose, about our values and competencies through a set of exercises and activities. Then came in a crafting activity where we were working on our personal vision by means of values in the vision paper. So we had to write an essay on our core values and our missions and our visions for life and how we think about it. An experience learning process, which was enriched, which actually like enriched our learning about ourselves by a 360-degree feedback program, which is also called like an SKI report, which was based on our social and emotional intelligence. It was basically a feedback by our managers, by our peers, and also our family members. And that was followed by an individualized coaching session, which just happened like right after we got our SKI report. So it gave us a way to deepen our self-knowledge and our to know our next self, basically. Then came a practice session, which helped us build a resonant relationship via peer coaching, which was very eye-opening for me, and where we actually worked with a diverse learning team within the cohort and also like outside the cohort. After that, we had a development stage where we were basically building strategies in order to negotiate the conflict based on certain like social identities, ideological statuses, and basically in a nutshell, we were just made aware of the nuances like the inclusivity in diversity. And lastly, we had a learning goal paper, which was an individualized learning paper again, which helped us guide the self-development process in an MBA program, and also would help us beyond. I'm sure, like I'm gonna look up in my future career as well that paper every time I would have like self-doubt, and it basically extracted all of our absorbed emotional and the social competency. So in a nutshell, what stood out was the timing of all these blocks, and it was also perfectly timed that it just distilled every aspect of us in very organic way, and it helped us in learning how to lead change in a very systematic process. So that has been my experience so far, and it has been phenomenal.
Thank you so much, Anshul. Thank you for sharing your journey with Case. And I'm curious about the peer coaching bit, but we'll come back to that. I want to gather Eddie's perspective on his encounter with coaching before we come back. Eddie, you were coached as part of your bachelor's in Kettering University's Leaders Endowment. How was your experience during that process?
Well, I've been coached by a lot of different groups, and I would just say that anytime that you can re-examine the way that you think about something, you're probably going to make progress on what matters most to you a lot faster than if you didn't. So it's been really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious about some of the outcomes you've managed to achieve out of that coaching engagement.
Yeah. Honestly, what's interesting about coaching is that you can choose whichever outcomes you want. I was working with an executive that I coached, for example. She thought that she wanted to be focused on her career. We found out that actually the thing that was preventing progress in her career was the fact that she didn't feel like she had somebody she loved in her life after her divorce. And we worked through a lot of blockers that made her feel like she couldn't have a relationship. So I think we all have these limiting beliefs, and I have mine, and I could share a bunch of specific ones, but they're all specific to ourselves. Like, oh, I could never do this. I had a boss once who told me, maybe you're just not cut out to be an engineer, Eddie. And I worked with my coach recently and just got my professional engineering license. I don't know, maybe 6 years later after that comment. So there's just lots of different things that it can help with. And I think what's most important is that the outcomes can be about what matters most to you.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. And the mention of limiting beliefs kind of sparked something for me in Aarti's story as well. Aarti, if you could share with us what was going on in terms of your move from India to the United States and your experience in coaching around that time. What were some things that really stood out for you, and something that you wished were revealed to you much earlier in your journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a couple of, I think Anshul also mentioned about the self-doubt. That seems to be a common thing, probably even more so for women, as I talk to my friends more and more, my female friends more and more. Is it okay? Sorry, looks like some issues with my audio.
Hold on a moment.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Aarti, we are unable to hear your voice clearly for some reason.
Any better now or no?
All right. Aarti, can you speak?
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. So if there's one thing I would have told my 18-year-old self, if there was an opportunity to get coached at that time, to actually, go ahead, trust the process and get coached, the amount of, again, the self-limiting thought it would have removed from me. And again, I came to the United States in like 2008, several years ago. However, having these conflicting identities of, okay, who am I really? I'm in this new place, coming as an immigrant. And again, trying to fit in a new culture and then having all these ambitions, right? But which is limited by, okay, I first have to work on my visa and all this stuff, all the turmoil, and trying to still come up and, in my authentic self, right? Not trying to look like somebody and succeed like somebody and be a leader like somebody. So if I had the opportunity, I would have loved to get coached at that point. I feel it would have made me believe in myself much more than, fumbling in, different ways and then come out of it. And coaching as such has helped me where in some of the, I should say, a darkest moment, at least in my life, which was about a year ago, when I was, my son, I had to be away from my son for about 6 months, just to focus on studying, finishing MBA. And that with COVID, right, whatnot. And again, my final exams, and I had just transitioned to a leadership position. It was all getting onto me. One Monday, I just woke up, got all dressed. I started crying. I cried nonstop for 30 minutes. I had no idea what was going on. And then once I gathered the courage to actually stop, I picked up the phone, called the Employee Assistance Program. And I just wanted someone to listen to me in a non-judgmental way. If I had not gone through the coaching process, chances are I would not have trusted someone to listen to me in a confidential and non-judgmental way. So I really, really am so grateful to have gone through the coaching process of, again, getting coached and, trying to coach others to where, it is okay to ask for help. We think that we got it all, but it's okay. It's okay to not be okay, and okay to talk about it. So the same me who used to judge people who call such lines to say they are weak, until I became that one. And I found strength in that vulnerability. And surprisingly, coaching helped me in not just direct, but indirect ways in me to make these actions, ask for support, and truly believe in, okay, we all have answers, like someone else mentioned earlier. Awareness comes within. We just have to listen harder within to, to awaken that. Sorry, such a long answer.
Thank you so much for sharing, Aarti. And something that resonates with me is that we need strength to actually ask for help, and that it's okay to ask for help. That's something I'm taking away from what you shared as well. And that reminds me of the position Ankita was in when she was experiencing coaching as well. So I'm curious, you are one of the few people who got coached. Was there any kind of peer pressure that you experienced around that time, and how was your challenges dealing with that?
So of course, when we are introduced with something new, there's a lot of curiosity amongst us. But that curiosity is followed with dozens of queries, and sometimes some negative ones, which are totally dependent on the consequences. So at that point of time, and I was feeling very, very sensitive about my thoughts of being shared with anybody. So I'm so a little background of mine. I've been raised in a joint family, and I'm the eldest one amongst my siblings. So when I was raised along with my siblings, I was taught to be mature. So when you're taught to be mature, you need to act mature also. So when I was raised like that, there keeps on building something in your mind that you cannot be sharing some thoughts with everybody. There are specific people, like I share my thoughts and feelings with my mother, okay, like usually. And so at that point of time, there were some kind of expectations from me which I was unable to achieve. And when I was unable to achieve, a lot of self-doubt like rose from sea to mountain. Like I was under so much of pressure that I started feeling that I'm worthless. And when I was introduced with this coaching program, that too in a very initial stage, my peers, they kept on saying me that he or she doesn't know you better than us. When you cannot share your problems with us, how will you share your problems with an unknown person? He may judge you. He may not give you the solutions you want, but he will not be better than us. And sir, there were only, I guess, 30 people who were coached at that point of time. And luckily, one of my friends was also in that coaching program. So we both talked to each other, and I asked her that, is it good to get into this coaching program? Because I'm not sure whether this after 1.5 months will be beneficial for me. So, sir, she was one of the person that motivated me. But there were like, if she was the one, there were like 20 who were saying, there's no use of coaching. It will do nothing to you but a time waste. So, sir, I was under a lot of pressure. Like, I was not able to share it with anybody. I was not able to share it with my family. But then with time, when first coaching session I took, it was actually calming my thoughts, which were rising from those questions asked from my friends. First coaching session was, though, a bit of resistance, but when I started sharing my thoughts with my coach, it was just a current flowing from one end to the other. So a lot of peer pressure, but I guess the resistance was not a lot, and it kept on decreasing with every coaching session. So yeah, people do pressurize you to not take up new things, but it is up to you whether you want to face that, whether you want to delve into that. So yeah, I just took a leap of faith. I just swam that coaching program, and I was really lucky to be amongst one, and I did a good job. And that was a feedback from my coach at that point of time. So yeah, a lot of pressure, but managed somehow.
Anshul, am I audible? Yes, yes. Yes, okay.
Yes.
Anshul, you come from a cultural background in India that is similar as well. And you were talking about your experience with peer coaching. How do you connect these two, and what really struck you when you engaged in peer coaching?
Yeah, I mean, I would speak overall about coaching and then I'll connect it with the peer coaching. So talking about like myself, and I would speak of the 60% of the Indian population out there where career choices are just like fancy jargons, and you're limited in your scope and your accessibility. And I mean, your family, even your school, in your colleges might not be able to justify your personality type. And you might not even be exposed to your own capability, what you are capable of. So yeah, I mean, coaching is something which will add to your awareness, and it just added a lot of kind of, the personal strategies for managing myself, and also be able to like navigate my career choices in a more strategic way. So it's not like, I mean, I could have like taken altogether a different path and done something like incredible. It's not like I've not done it, but I've done it. But it's just that I've struggled along the path, and could have been like an easier path if I had coaching at the right time. And I would have been doing something like which would have been like more impactful and more purposeful right from the beginning, than realizing now about it. And trust me, like in my capacity, the what ifs and the wishes later on in life, it's more challenging to navigate and be accountable to, and especially when you ask those questions to yourself. So getting the guidance at the right time is like really helpful. And talking about peer coaching, it was the most important, the key part of the coaching, the lead session, which we had in MBA. And it just, you feel supported when you are being peer coached. So the aspects of peer coach being that there is a coach and you have a coachee and there is a listener. So you're like 3 aspects of peer coaching. So when you are being coached, then you're just being heard without any judgments and without being, in that rush to answer the next question, which might come up from the person who is coaching you. You're just being heard, and the coachee is actually just trying to articulate your own understanding and your problems and your issues, and it would help you to dig further into your thought pattern and help you basically solve the problem which you are facing mentally, and you might not be aware of. The solution lies within you. The solution actually lies within us. So I mean, that was an incredible journey. The first peer coaching session, I was not a good coachee, but yeah, I mean, the next session, I really learned the art of listening, the power of just sharing your problems and being vulnerable. Because yeah, as Aarti said, like, you have to get out there. You have to. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to not be okay sometimes, and just share things. And you never know, you might get a solution just talking to yourself and talking it out in the open. You might find answers that it actually lied within you. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing the process of what it feels like to actually be in the coaching journey, Anshu. And that leads me to, what does this look like in the external world rather than what you experience internally? And Eddie, I want you to share your perspective on this, because you've invested significant resources into getting coached yourself, and also you are a coach. What is the kind of return on investment you've gotten through coaching over the years?
I think my first year, the money I invested in coaching, the return I got from the raise I received at work equated to like a 500% return on investment. And then last year, it was, I think I calculated it to be 1700%. So I've been very shocked at how much it's helped me career-wise. But honestly, like, that's just like a numbers thing. The priceless stuff has been how I've grown, how I, show up as a human being, like my character, how I love others, has completely changed. And I feel like I'm having more fun in my life than I've ever had, because, I'm listening to what it is I want to do, and I have the coaches to help me figure out an action plan for the things that I care about. So, and I'm sure Aarti and Anshu will feel the same way. So, yeah.
Wonderful, 500% and 1700% over 2 consecutive years. And I see Aarti nodding a lot. And you are a business leader, Aarti. How do these figures land for you, and what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah. So again, using your own technique, Rishi, to test, how many people are actually awake. Anyone here know the sales mantra, ABC? So ABC, yeah? Anyone?
Always be closing? Is that it?
Oh my God, amazing. Yes, absolutely. Okay, good to know. I didn't put anyone to sleep. Yes, always be closing. So one thing I learned from the coaching process, I want to slightly tweak it to always be connecting. That's the one thing, surprisingly, like Eddie mentioned, right? How to even love others and love yourself. So there's always be connecting piece. I think, my ability to connect with people significantly improved. That, in my opinion, improved my leadership skills and ability to influence others, influencing without authority. So if there's one thing I would like you all to take away from this session, try to connect with people instead of making transactions. Try to connect with people. That kind of networking where it's not about you, not at all about you, right? Making it about the others. That kind of networking will go a long way in your personal and professional life. So yeah, I hope you can take away the ABC of always be connecting. And the best way to connect with people is to listen. So yeah, that's what I would like to share.
Always be connecting, and that resonates with what Jonathan Reed shared yesterday in terms of how a coach can use the resources they have in service of another human being. And it really is the essence of all coaching. Thank you for sharing that perspective, Aarti. And we have a question for Eddie on the chat, and I want to take that question. Eddie, about your ROI, had you not taken coaching in the format you did, what would be your current career progression, And could the growth be attained at all or in another fashion?
That's a good question. I'd have to go back and do things over again to give you an answer. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I would say just comparing it to what I've seen with my peers who are my age with similar backgrounds and stuff, I've noticed them start to, it's the first part is difficult to answer, because I don't know what my career progression would have been. I mean, I assume, I'm a motivated person, but the founder of CoachNet, which Jonathan Wrights runs now, called Flexify, said that coaching helps people move towards their goals 3 times faster. And I would say that's roughly correct. Like, I think you could still reach your goals without it. But if you can reach it 3 times faster, then why wouldn't you? So, yes, I mean, like, the growth can be attained by doing stuff alone. But, it's like, are you going to have fun? What's going to be more fun for you, being alone or having somebody who can really help like examine your thought processes and, ask questions that get you to think in a completely new way. I mean, I'm just thinking about my coach when I was going to stop running the mentoring program / coaching program I run now, because I thought, maybe I'm not focusing on myself enough. And he said to me, Eddie, I have never met anybody in my life who cares as much about developing others as you do. And I like nearly fell out of my chair, and it changed my life. And I would have not, I had been thinking about that a lot for, years. And I hadn't come to that conclusion on my own. And that was a very vulnerable subject for me to think about. So it's not like I could easily go to other people. So one thing that I had talked to Rishi about is, how often do you really have anybody else in your life where you can go to them and they won't say, that's an awful idea. It's like, it's crazy that, we are so self-absorbed sometimes that it's not the default mode of communicating to just totally listen to somebody so much that they can hear themselves. And when they feel so heard, they know exactly what to do, because it's try it out. I mean, someone asked me this question before, and I said, just try out coaching and see what you think as the answer for yourself. And I think that's probably the best approach.
Yeah, and I second that response, Eddie. Do I need a coach? Probably not. Do I want a coach? Hell yes, I would want a coach for the rest of my life, right? Because it has made such a difference for me. And I'm going to open up Q&A for the audience. Audience, if you have any question for any of our panelists, this is the time for you. Any questions, any thoughts, comments, anything you want to know more about? Just a show of hand.
Rishi, can I ask a question?
Yes, Sushma, please.
And maybe they can answer it.
Yeah, okay.
And the question is there somebody who is uncoachable?
Wonderful. Is there somebody uncoachable?
Do you think there are people who are uncoachable?
We're hearing notes from the audience.
Yeah, let's get from them. Huh? What do you all think? Do you think there are people who are uncoachable? And if so, who would they be?
I'm happy to answer if it's allowed. Okay. There's 2 things that you need in order to be coachable: trust in the relationship with your coach and a willingness to change. And I think all of us have had huge stressors in our lives that have made us uncoachable at times, and more coachable at other times. I fundamentally believe that everybody is capable of change, but there are times when, you're already so outside of your comfort zone that it's uncomfortable to grow even more. So I don't really believe that people are uncoachable, but they might be temporarily not ready to lean into the full benefit of coaching.
I'm hearing it's more of readiness to coaching rather than uncoachability. Beautiful. Let's give a round of applause for that. Thank you for that, Eddie. And what's coming up for you, Ankita?
So I want to answer the question. Like, ma'am, you said, are there people who are uncoachable? Yes, ma'am. There are people who are uncoachable. The people who don't want to help themselves.
Beautiful.
So that's a student telling a coach who is uncoachable and who is coachable. Wonderful. Let's hear it out for her.
Just mindful of time as well. And I want to wrap this up with another question. If there's a question in the audience, yes, I see a hand. 2 hands actually. Okay, let's go there first. Thank you for the courage.
Students, a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is that when you all were, going to the positive changes while you were being coached, so I have this one question that, and how did you answer it in your perspective? Am I standing in my own way of changing myself? So how would you answer it?
The question that has come from the audience is, do I stand
in my own way of changing myself?
Do I stand in my own way of changing myself?
There are some things which somebody else might have faced.
I have like one more question, that how would you deal with it if you have the same question? Thank you so much.
Do we have one more question? Yes, so we'll take this last question. Give her a big round of applause. And who would you like to address this question to in the panel?
Anyone can answer. I'm audible?
She's being very generous. She's saying anyone can answer.
Yeah. So my question is that. So my question is, whenever we are a coachee and we are going to the coach, like there is a age gap in that process. Like sometimes our coach is 20 years elder than us, so we feel a bit uncomfortable. I guess that could have been happened with any of our panelists. So how they deal with that situation and they came out of that uncomfortable zone and address their issues and did that coaching process.
I'm happy to touch on this, and then others can go. My coach just turned 70 years old yesterday. So we have well, he said he was only turning 28, but he's actually turning 70. So, but I think it takes vulnerability from both sides. But think about this, like we all have something in common, whether we're from India or the United States or 70, or, both of us might have been the class clown, or something like that. So there's always things that you can find to relate to. And just in general in your life, I think people really do respect when you have the courage to open up. So I think that's not bad advice for anything, and especially not bad advice for a coaching relationship. Is that helpful at all? I don't know. Hopefully.
I would just. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to add that when you're opening up to someone like elder or someone like above your age, definitely they have gone through stages where you are currently. So talk to them as someone who were there at your stage and have gone through the process themselves. And they would be in a position to understand you way more than someone at your age. So, I mean, that's something which you can like have at the back of your mind while you're being coached by someone who's like elder to you, and just open up, believing that, yeah, you are there to get guidance, and you might be able to self-reflect a lot in the process while the other person is talking as if they already know you, because they have been through that journey. They have already been through that process. So, yeah.
I don't know if we can hear you, Rishi, at least on Zoom.
I cannot.
We cannot, yeah.
I must share, as Rishi said, it's past midnight for them, and we have kept them waiting as well. So another big round of applause.
I see one question here. If you can ask the students. Yes, we will collect that data. Actually, there are more students as well. I would like to include that in the survey we're going to do finally.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. This panel discussion was organic, honest, and vulnerable because you all shared your life stories. So let me conclude by thanking all of our members of the panel for what I thought were really exciting insights onto the questions that were raised. Sharing stories is the only way we can connect as humans. Learning more about someone and their story enables us to understand them on a different level and hence form a deeper connection, and hopefully here with coaching. Finding similarities with other people helps us feel relatedness, that we go through the same challenges as humankind. Your life may feel ordinary to you, but it might seem extraordinary to someone else. Every story shared is a chance to make someone feel less alone and more than ordinary. Thank you. Thank you, our dear moderator. Thank you, Ankita. All right. Are we set to go into the next session? Let me quickly give you a brief. This is very important from the point of view because the We Empower project are powered by 100 ICF coaches, International Coaching Federation, the only gold standard in the world which credentials coaches. So we coaches are not self-acclaimed coaches, students. We are not writing the word coach in our resumes frivolously. We have been trained and we have undergone a comprehensive, very rigorous training program to become a credentialed coach with International Coaching Federation, right? And we have partnered with their foundation, that is the International Coaching Federation Foundation. And one of the representatives will be talking about this partnership. So there's a spark in you. You have just got to ignite. You've just got to ignite the light and let it shine. Imagine a world connected through positive impact of coaching, the spark of light to ignite humanity. When we share the power of coaching with our world, we have the power to ignite our local communities and spark a global impact. We invite onto stage Shruti to now talk about the ICFF and Shulini partnership. Through pro bono coaching projects, the Ignite initiative is using the collective power of ICF member credential holders to accelerate the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Developmental Goals. Shruti is an entrepreneur, coach, educator, and organizational development consultant. A graduate of the London School of Economics, she works towards an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future by deepening the practice of systems leadership in partnership with thought leaders, social enterprises, and mission-driven organizations. She has contributed to establishing coaching within India's nascent market over the past decade, building awareness of transformational coaching. Let's give her a big round of applause and over to Shruti.
Thank you so much, Payal. And I must say, just listening into the conversation before, I was very moved. So thank you everyone for being here. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of ICFF and talk about something that really matters to all of us very deeply, igniting societal progress. What's really heartening also to be here with all of you is I believe I'm speaking to a group of people, a generation that is very aware, not only from themselves, but for people around them, their communities. And that's what makes this conversation with you very, very special for me and for all of us. The one thing that might be true, and we all might be very, very acutely aware of it, is that the rate of change is never going to slow down. If there's something the pandemic has taught us, the climate change and disasters that we have seen over the last couple of years has taught us that the rate of change is never going to go back to being slower. Our world is going to only change even more faster. And to be honest, I guess each one of us has been touched by the fragility of life in the last few years. It's really hard to imagine anyone who hasn't been touched by the fragility of life. And in such circumstances, coaching plays a very, very important, or I would say, special role. Coaching is about coaching the person and not the problem. And thereby, it really becomes a tool, a way of life that allows us to strengthen who we are, to become more resilient, to meet what is to come ahead of us, individually as well as collectively. And as we think about the collective, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, I would say, are one of the pillars to think about what development looks like, not only for one individual, but for all of us. How can we create a future that everyone is included? It is sustainable and it is future focused. And these 17 SDGs really speak to all those areas where we really need to focus to include everyone and think about a sustainable future. education and quality education being one of the most important ones that I'm sure every person in this conclave really understands very deeply. And why ICT matters not only for us, but each one of us, not only to you, but I think each one of us as coaches. Because SDG 4, education, provides people with the knowledge and skills to increase employment, prospects, reduce poverty, and improve health and well-being. Education is a human right and a force for sustainable development and peace. And most importantly, every goal in the 2030 agenda requires education to empower people with the knowledge, skills, and values to live in dignity, build their lives, and contribute to their societies. So SDG 4 is really critical, not only for a few of us, but all of us for a thriving society. Now, how is this connected to what I am talking about in the ICF Foundation? As Payal said, ICF by itself is really, really the gold standard in coaching. And what's really special from all the bodies that exist, that the ICF Foundation is one of the few bodies that truly recognizes the importance of sustainable development goals. It really focuses on them. And one of our key focuses is that it does not make coaching only available to those who have access to it already, but how does it become democratic and is available to everyone? And thereby, the ICF Foundation truly focuses on those insertion points in society that allow us, that those insertion points in society that really would lead to societal progress. And when I say insertion points, all of us here might be familiar with acupuncture or acupressure. And like in the human body, there are certain points we can touch, and those can help heal the entire system. We're really talking about insertion points that would really help the entire society move forward and progress. So what are those insertion points? And as a community, we are really, really passionate about finding those insertion points that can actually amplify and have ripple effects. So part of the work of the ICF Foundation is to really support mission-driven organizations like Shalini, like other organizations in focusing on different SDGs to really accelerate and amplify their impact. And part of the work of the ICF Foundation is also to develop this body of research and data to focus on and demonstrate the social return on investment. So that's a little bit about what and where the foundation is and what we do. And that's where Ignite comes in. Partnership with Shalini University comes in. So the We Empower project that so many of you have been part of is part of the Ignite projects that we do. And the Ignite project is our flagship program that really focuses on making coaching accessible to mission-driven organizations at the very grassroots level. And we have a very, very comprehensive and solid tool, a framework, as well as a toolbox that allows for that to happen. So the We Empower Ignite project is truly one of those. And what we have seen, because as educators, as students, this is really important that you see and understand the kind of ripples this work can create when we actually do coaching with you. And I'm taking one of our previous reports just before the pandemic hit. So in 2019, the ICF Foundation worked with 80 educational organizations across the globe. And that was about 410 leaders. What's really, really critical to see how those 410 leaders receiving coaching touched as many as 16 million lives. And I really want you to pause and take this number in. How 410 leaders receiving coaching almost impacted 16 million lives. And that's really the power of this work, that how, when we have one person, a key leader, a key faculty member, a student, actually receiving coaching, the kind of ripples it creates, not only in the person and their family, but in the organization, in the university itself, and thereby the community. So that's really, really important in some ways to understand this correlation and to even imagine how powerful you receiving coaching is, not only for yourself, but your efficiency, your performance, your wholeheartedness expanding, how significantly it touches people around you and starts impacting your community. And the more you grow, the more it enables that exponential change, not only in you, but your communities. So let's talk about what Payal was mentioning, this partnership between the ICFF and Shalini University in India. So the Shalini University We Empower Ignite project was really a pioneering effect, because it was one of the few initiatives in India that really got coaching to higher education and to university. And it made coaching accessible, not only to a particular group, but not only to corporate executives that typically get access to coaching, but it really made coaching accessible to you as students and as educators. And what is special about this initiative is the scale and width of access. I'm sure you've heard this many, many, many times, but in a global context, I'm really inviting you to pause and see what that means. Because there are very few universities that actually commit to getting coaching accessible to the kind of numbers Shalini University has. And the width, it's not one department that you said has got coaching. It has been right across your departments that had access to coaching. So really that importance and significance of having access to coaching at this point of time. And what does it mean in the long run, not only for individuals, but faculty, for educators? Because coaching truly is this global leading edge opportunity to have partnership in disruptive times. It's actually an opportunity to explore adaptive leadership. And what would adaptive leadership mean, not only now, but in the times ahead? Right at the start, on the conclave yesterday, they talked about this. Education is going to change more and more significantly. And that opportunity for educators to really have that safe container, that safe space where you can explore what it might be to change with these times. What would adaptive leadership look like for you in this constantly changing context? And it's that opportunity to truly amplify your individual and collective impact, having a safe space to talk about your challenges with technology, with the changing world. And with that, really role modeling coaching possibilities to students, being vulnerable, being transparent, being open. So Ignite, in many ways, in this foundation, this partnership is really about educators having the opportunity to really explore and deepen their journeys as leaders and to amplify impact. And that access is really, really important to us because you are the ones who really actually harness what the future generations would look like. Moving on to students. And I hope each student that has received or is considering receiving coaching truly understands the privilege this is. Having access to coaching at your stage in life, to have someone who's really there, fully present to witness you and your journey, I do believe is a privilege. And from all the people we work with across the globe, we will say very, very few education institutes truly understand how critical coaching is and how much it could contribute to a person's life. And at Shulini, we'd say you've really got this opportunity and this access at a very early stage in life. And more than anything else, it really gives you this opportunity to learn agility in a changing world, to explore what being agile can be in a world that's changing, and it's going to only change faster and faster. And it truly allows each one of you to be future ready, to really find a way to find that resilience, and in some ways, your stance to meet the fragility that is part of our growing world. And most of all, I both want to celebrate and acknowledge the role coaches have played in making this initiative what it is, because without their generosity and commitment, I don't believe it would have been what it is today. And I especially want to give out a shout out to Payal, who has really, I think, put in her heart and soul into designing this. But for coaches, I think it's truly that opportunity to harness future generations, to play our role, to actually develop and support what the world would look like, and play a very, very active role on it. I also want to acknowledge all the coaches who've been part of it, because they are very actively contributing to this growing body of research on the social return on investment. We've heard on the return of investment, but that seems very, very linear and two-dimensional. And what the ICF Foundation is doing, and what the ICF Foundation is doing just with this particular project is adding to that body of research on what is the social return on investment. What happens that when you and as educators and as students actually receive coaching? How does it exponentially change our communities? And most of all, I believe for coaches, it is this beautiful opportunity to create meaningful impact and connection, to really give their heart and skills where it matters the most. So that's a little bit about what this program or partnership has been about and will continue to be about. I want to quickly also say, just because this project is so rested on the role coaches have played, we will be having a felicitation ceremony for all of you and be celebrating the role that you have played. So we will have this on the 23rd of March. Any coach that doesn't know, but we would love to have you there. I'm going to wind up with saying a big thank you and just acknowledging all the thought leaders at Shulini University for really having the courage to really design this effort and make this pioneering initiative possible. So Payal, the entire advisory board and the leadership team, many, many congratulations from all of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shruti. I think this partnership is a valued collaboration that we have with the International Coaching Federation Foundation. And you as the face of that, along with Uttara, the journey has been one full of ease and joy and fulfillment. And Magda, at the outset of the conclave in her welcome address, did share the results of the MBA students and the SRP students who were coached in the first phase, where the numbers were so promising, from 94% to 98%, feeling fulfilled, wanting to continue the program and to be able to recommend the program to their friends and peers. I think that's a great win for all of us as a team. Thank you.
Yes, many congratulations.
Thank you so much. And we also thank you on behalf of the Shulini management for this entire partnership, Shruti. And we continue to partner till the end of May. So looking forward. Thank you.
Yes.
At this juncture, I invite Amy Brunn, who is going to share with us the importance of neuroscience in coaching. How many students from science stream? Raise your hands quickly. Do you want to know the facts, how coaching works, why it changes us, why the transformation happens based on facts and figures? Can I hear a big yes? Thank you so much. Her bold ideas are based on the neuroscientific research. Amy, let's give her a big round of applause, please.
Well, thank you so much. It's a wonderful honor to be with you and to talk to you about something that we all have in common. How many of you have one of these?
Okay, so Amy has jumped right in without letting me introduce her because she's rushing. So I'll introduce her after she has finished her presentation.
No, I'm so
yes,
sorry.
Amy, the stage is all yours.
I'm so sorry. I was so excited to be with you all. I do want us to be able to talk about this organ because it is driving everything that's going on. And I'm so encouraged to hear the wonderful responses that you are sharing about this coaching program, because I can remember when I first heard about coaching, and it was a couple of decades ago now. And I first thought it sounds a bit fluffy, a bit soft, and surely it can't be as effective as really getting on and doing things. But when I started to dig into what coaching was, which at the time I was a medical student, I was studying like many of you, and I started to explore a little more, and I started to hear that it was benefiting people and it was really helping individuals and organizations, workplaces, parents, people in all walks of life. It was helping them. And when something's working, for me, I get really curious. I get really interested in, well, how is it working? How is it working? And how can we understand more about how we can make it work better? And as I said, at the time, I was studying medicine. So some weeks I was dissecting this organ and trying to understand more about how it worked. And it helped me to realize that everything that we do in coaching has got a neurological basis to it. We can look back at how our brain is working and then understand more about how we can help things work better. So during this time that we've got together, I'm going to take you behind the scenes of some of the information that we've discovered. Now I work with a company called Synaptic Potential that we started, and we are a team of researchers and explorers and practitioners, and we help individuals and organizations to capitalize on this amazing organ. And I'd love you to leave this session feeling like you're a little bit more interested or inspired to dig in further to the brain and what it can actually help us do. So I believe that we've got incredible potential. Each of you have got so much potential. And what coaching for me helps us do is to unlock a little more of that potential. So every day you've got things that are happening and ways that you are showing up, and you are doing what you're doing, and all of that could be just improved a little bit, or sometimes a lot, with coaching. Coaching is an intervention, one of many interventions, but in our experience, one of the best interventions that helps people to think differently, to make better decisions, to be more creative, more innovative, to be more cognitively flexible, more agile. A huge range of benefits that are driven by you guys. And I guess the question for you, with where you're at in your life, is what do you want to be different? You are the future. You are shaping a world that very much needs shaping. And who you show up to be and how you shape this world, we're really looking to you to be the best versions of yourselves that you can be every single day. So we're talking about really big stuff here. And sometimes that can feel overwhelming, but what we want to do is bring that right back to the day-to-day of who do you want to be? How do you want to show up? What do you want to become really good at doing? And then use coaching to help you become and do the things that are important to you. From a science perspective, I know that the brain changes. We know that there's this property called neuroplasticity. I hope you're familiar with neuroplasticity, but it's the basic property of the brain to change. It means that it's not a static organ, it's dynamically shifting, adapting, changing on a daily basis. And I hope you can meet my little friend here. Now, I show this guy to people all over the world, very, very smart people. And there's one thing that they always seem to call him, which he is not. I don't know whether you can guess. Maybe if you're joining from online, you want to type in the chat box what you think this guy might be called. But it often surprises people to know really what he is and how he can influence our daily lives. I'll tell you, he's a neuron. And I'm imagining for many of you, you're like, yeah, of course he's a neuron, but you are in the minority. So just this week, I was with a group of fund managers, very smart guys, but they thought it was a synapse. And a synapse is one part of what gets formed when our neurons or our spindly dendrites meet together. And we get this gap in here, which is called the synaptic gap, where the neurons meet. But the reason that I introduce you to him is because there are many ways that he can change how we behave and how we think. There's this region here that's called the myelinated sheath, and it's made up of these Schwann cells, which help to insulate this part of the neuron and enable the transmissions to take place faster. Why is this important? Well, we love computers that go fast, right? We like it when things can respond to our needs. And in a way, our brain's similar in that we want our brain to be in peak condition. And for the pathways that we are strengthening within our brain, if you imagine like a dirt track and you're driving around a dirt track, the first time you drive around, it is maybe a little bumpy and you can't go so fast. But when you drive around again and again and again, you really deepen the grooves in that track. And that then means that it becomes easier to follow those pathways again and again and again. And the brain is similar. So we get these pathways that are grooved into the brain. And my invitation to you is to consider, which pathways are you grooving in? So some of you are more advanced in your career than others. Some of you are at the outset. What we see, we work mostly with organizations and supporting them in building coaching cultures. But what we really see in organizations is people finding that they are very busy and overloaded and overwhelmed. And the more they build in this neural pathway, the easier it becomes to be busy and overwhelmed. And coaching can help people to take a moment and to reevaluate and to rethink and to make some different micro decisions that then mean that they start to groove in different pathways in their brain. They start to think differently, they start to behave differently. So whenever you're talking about coaching and all of the things that it can bring you, there's a really strong neural basis for it. We talk about coaching very much being all about grooving in these neural pathways. Everything that we do is based on facts, and the practice that you are adhering to, whatever that might be, whether it's studying really well, whether it's thinking outside the box, whether it is building strong relationships and friendships with other people, whatever you are practicing is shaping your brain. And coaching can help you shape it to be the best version of yourself. So if we had to answer the question, what is coaching? And we often asked, for us from a science perspective, we think it's about facilitating self-directed neuroplasticity. So you know that coaching is all about the individual, it's driven from you, which is the self-directed piece, but it's about guiding and being intentional with how your brain is shaping, how it's forming what it's going to become, because how it is shaped influences what you're able to do and what you're able to then give to the world. When we are helping people understand more about coaching from the science side, we always start with the foundations, and I won't go into lots of depth today. I know you're coming to the end of this amazing experience that you've been having, and it's one of the deepest, densest parts of what we teach people. But we start with the brain anatomy and the brain chemistry because they influence our everyday life. And what I find really comical almost is that in other parts of our life, if we wanted to make something work better, we would learn about how it works so that we could get the most from it. I recently got a new watch, and I'm going to the user's manual, and I'm going online, and I'm trying to work out how it really works so that I can get the most from it, so that it can enhance my life through how I work with it. But we don't always do that with our brain. And yet I really feel that we should. I feel that we should understand what our prefrontal cortex is. And when we help organizations and individuals understand that it's this part of the brain at the front, and how it likes to work is that it's a very energy intensive part of the brain. It uses lots of our resources and it gets depleted. It gets overloaded, and there are strategies that you can use to reduce this cognitive overload, this cognitive overwhelm. There are tips, tricks, and strategies, and we help people understand that so that then they can do things like make advanced decisions. They can decide what they're going to wear the day before. They can decide what they're going to eat even before. They can reduce the number of decisions that they need to make to save their cognitive resources for things that are more important. Because we know from scientific evidence, from research, that when you make lots and lots of decisions, you can get decision fatigue. We talk to people about attention residue, where if you are multitasking and switching between lots of different things, a very common occurrence in organizations, then your attention a little stays behind. So it's almost like you're scattering breadcrumbs along the way. And that's not so great for your attention when you really want to pour it all into something very important to you. So we talk to individuals about strategically how you can journey through your day and preserve your attention and treat it like this precious resource that it really is, and look after it. So these are the kind of things that organizations of today are looking for from the people that they are welcoming in. And it's not just a skill set that is fantastic for organizations, it's absolutely for all walks of life. Anyone that's thinking that they might become a parent at some point, or already is a parent, you know just how cognitively demanding being a good parent is. So the skills of coaching are used all the time. I have a 9-year-old daughter, and the coaching skills that I use with her on a daily basis are life-saving. I don't know what I'd do without those skills. They really make the job of being a parent so much easier. They make the job of working in organizations so much easier, of getting to the point where we can support individuals. And we've recently been working with a tea company that sell tea all over the world, but they're based here in England. And we've been helping their managers to develop their coaching skills. And there was something that really struck me that happened just this week that I thought might be useful for you guys to be aware of too. And that's this whole idea of goal setting. I'm sure you've come across goal setting. It's one of the most prevalent ideas and wonderful ideas in coaching. And yet, many times it's not being done as well as it could be. And there's a science to goal setting, as you'd well imagine. In fact, there's many different areas of research that feed into goal setting. And one of the things that this group of managers, really skilled, really intelligent people, were realizing was that how they'd done goal setting before was often formulate the goal, write it down. Okay, great. Yeah, we're working towards that. And then off they go. Off their team members go to work on it. But actually, that wasn't the most helpful thing for their people to experience. One of the insights that they've realized was that they need to spend a lot more time breaking down the goal and thinking about who they need to be and how they need to behave in order to achieve that goal. And sometimes in life we can be very busy and things can be very rushed. Myself, I have a train that I'm catching to London later today, and so I know sometimes we can feel that sense of rushed and urgency, and that then can be detrimental, can't it? And certainly when we're looking to set goals, one of the blessings, the joys of coaching is that it can give us the gift of time to pause and to think. And knowing just how important this organ is, we know that it can need time to bubble up ideas, realizations, insights from other networks within the brain. We don't know exactly how everything's stored yet, but to bring them up into conscious awareness certainly can take time. So at the very least, there's many other reasons, but at the very least, coaching gives you the gift of time to pause and consider. And certainly the managers that we work with find that their teams hugely benefit from that opportunity to unpack their goals. And there was another insight that they shared with us recently, which is around intrinsic motivation. So quite often in organizations, goals are handed to you. These are your goals. This is what you need to be doing, what you need to be engaged and motivated to achieve. And one of these managers is really brave, and I'm so proud of him, because he knew through previous work that they've done with us that intrinsic motivation is vital for people being engaged and then able to do what they're needing to do. And he wanted his team to come up with the goals themselves. And in coaching, that seems really standard and really obvious and best practice. But what I want to stretch you to remember is that in some contexts, that can be hard to do. So all of these things that you are experiencing at the moment, hold on to them being a good way of doing things, so that when you go into wherever you need to be next in life, you retain the memory of that and you do things in a similar way. So take that time, allow those goals to be identified by the individual and to have that intrinsic motivation, and to turn up the intrinsic motivation, that internal sense of why something's important to them, turn that right up so that they can really connect with it and feel attached to what they're trying to do. I mentioned the prefrontal cortex, a brain region. I also want to mention some brain chemicals, because our state is so influential in what we're able to do, what we're able to bring to the world. And we are always talking to organizations about states, and we talk about something that we call the high-performing internal environment. So a lot of our work with organizations is about how to get high performance from their people, but using neuroscience to do that, knowing that the brain is plastic, that it's constantly being shaped, it's developing. What we're practicing is going to become easier to continue doing. We like to examine what kind of states, what kind of networks need to be activated for an individual in order for them to do whatever it is they need to do in an organizational context. But the same applies to you in whatever context you're working in. What kind of chemicals and networks in your brain do you need to strengthen? Sort of the release of chemicals, that's not the right way of saying it, but and chemicals are starting to get a higher profile out there. Not all of the press is accurate, so do go to really reputable sources to learn more. But sometimes in science, things can be, I'm sure you've seen it, simplified to the point that they're no longer true, but they make a wonderful headline. And we want to distance ourselves a little from that. But certainly learning about how different chemicals affect you, affect how you think, affect how you process things, and how you might be able to start being more intentional in shaping your internal environment. Are there times where you want to dial down an adrenal response? Are there times when you want to dial up an oxytocin response? Or dial down? The research keeps emerging in this field, especially with oxytocin. So I'm hoping that I am helping you see that the world of neuroscience is vast, the world of coaching is vast, and as you're digging into coaching, you can draw on many different fields. Something that we have recently released a LinkedIn learning course on is the topic of loneliness. Throughout the world, we have record numbers of people self-identifying as being lonely. And without taking a scientific view of loneliness, you could rush in a coaching interaction and say, well, you just need to spend more time with people. That isn't always the answer. We know from scientific studies, loneliness is a very subjective experience, and it's got very different roots and different signs and symptoms in individuals. And actually, the way you coach someone who is feeling lonely needs to be informed. The questions you ask are sharpened if you understand how brains work. And that's really a core concept that we live by and want to encourage others to live by, in terms of, if you understand how the brain works, then the quality of your questions will be enhanced. If you like the idea of learning more about how the brain works and how it works in relation to coaching, then we have lots of free resources that we like to share. If you go to neuroscienceforcoaches.com/resources, then you can download lots of resources there that I hope will enhance your coaching practice and enhance the impact that you are making on the world. I know that this has been a short interlude that I've been able to join you for, but if you do have any particular questions, feel free to email me or connect on LinkedIn or Instagram or whatever your preferred platform is. But I'm really, really rooting for you guys. I believe that what you are doing is life-changing, is world-changing, and it's been a privilege to join you here today.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you so much for your time. I know you have to rush. In that case, I will introduce you after you have left. So Amy, as she had already shared with us, is the director of Synaptic Potential, the international team of thought leaders applying cutting-edge science to organizations. And I must mention, my certification in neuroscience is based on her book, Neuroscience for Coaches. So I'm an Amy Brand neuroscience coach. So I owe a lot to her research and her work. Amy has penned down 3 books, Make Your Brain Work, Neuroscience for Coaches, and Engaged, the neuroscience behind creative, productive people in successful organizations. She has worked with companies like Warner Brothers, EY, University of Nottingham, China, Twinings, NHS, News UK, and Mondelez International. She left UCL Medical School with the fascination around how to get people who are good to be even better. And that was Amy for you. We come to the conclusion of the session. Any questions for Amy? You can write to her directly on LinkedIn. How many of you are there on LinkedIn? Wow, that's great. Wonderful. So you can just look out for her, AMYBRANN, and I'm sure you will learn a lot from her. And she's very polite and humble, and she'll reach out to you. At this point in time, I invite Dr. Winston onto the stage to deliver the valedictory address. We will, sir, give you only 2 minutes. Yes, a big round of applause.
Well, what a way to draw the curtain to a close. I congratulate Sholini University and Payal with your team for the wonderful, wonderful conclave. And it's great. You're shaping lives through coaching. And we've had the full faculty of the brain being explained to us now, which is fantastic. Without that, you and I can't move forward, and we can't shape our lives if we don't have our brain intact. We spoke about the faculties of our lives, and this is very, very important as coaches and coachees, that we are of a sound mind. How do we have a sound mind? One of the important things is to be at peace and rest. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to congratulate the Sholini University in this fantastic conclave that you have done. I think it's a historical event, and we have really shown the world what can be done with young lives. And thanks to the full team, thanks to all you coaches who have gathered together here, we can all give a round of applause to the entire team and to Sholini University. Just a few things I'd like to close with, and that is, we've already heard from Amy just now that you and I have to be very, very conscious of our journey. And I admire the logo that you had for your conclave, shaping our lives through coaching. And this is something that is a great advantage given to you. I'd like you all to take note of everything, and we've already heard the findings, many things put in there on that board. Kindly have a look through, browse through it. And LinkedIn is there. The globe now, everything's opened out. Google, you go into Google, go into LinkedIn, and you can connect with each other. Thank you very much. I've kept to your timing. I was warned of the timing. So wish you all the very best.
So we were honored to have Dr. Winston grace the occasion and then also deliver the valedictory address. I would really request a big round of applause. I would request, sir, to hand over to release the certificates of our first phase that went on between September to December 2021, where we worked with MBA, SRP, and a couple of postgraduate programs. So we invite, as a token, to Ankita to take the stage, where sir will release the certificates. A big round of applause. That's Ankita. She's a part of the MBA program who was coached. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Ankita. Thank you.
Have you actually replayed these for the picture?
Yes, certainly. We don't want to miss any moments from this historic event. And students must be wondering, okay, I come to APJ so many times for so many conferences. Why is this particular conference so historic? Because it's the first time coaching has been brought to education, at least in India, and also the fact that industry, academia, and coaching community have joined hands. So yes, you are a part of this historic event. An ignited mind is a powerful weapon on the earth. And that is what the International Coaching Conclave, organized by Sholini University, intended to and did achieve. An empowered student creates an empowered society. And a coach who is willing to fully invest in a student can inspire and embolden them beyond imagination. And there is no doubt that coaching is the most profitable investment for the near future. I, on behalf of the Sholini University and ICF coaches, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all for gracing us with your presence and sharing with us your bold and ingenious ideas and spirited opinions over a 2-day-long event. Well, ladies and gentlemen and students, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling many weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues and fellow coaches. I take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this event. At the outset, I wish to express my deep and sincere gratitude to Professor P.K. Khosla for providing encouragement to all of us with his kind words. A big thank you to Professor Atul Khosla for his visionary inputs and his unwavering belief that students deserve access to coaching and a chance to make more informed and free decisions about their lives. We are all inspired by his great words. This conclave wouldn't have recorded such remarkable success, but with his direction and leadership. Also, how can we forget when he quoted Paulo Coelho, and when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. So for sure, we will all be able to, with a collective and collaborative effort towards a common goal, fashion a magical space for all of you, the students, to be who you have the potential to be. A bud holding great promise, ready to manifest the latent potential under just the right conditions provided by coaching. I would further like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to our 100 ICF coaches for a phenomenal thought process that they bring in envisioning how coaching can change lives and working towards creating a world where every student is equipped with a navigation system to design their educational and professional future. I must also mention our deep sense of appreciation for Magda, CEO ICF, for her ideas and thoughts. She spoke about working on opening our mind to other perspectives, overcoming fears, and closing gaps in our development. If it aligns to work with a professional coach to reach our greatest potential, then it is being done across industries, governments, for-profit companies, large systems, and yes, Shulini University. With this, I remember what Marshall Goldsmith, an American executive leadership coach and author, feels about sharing knowledge. He says, "We aren't that rich to donate millions in charity, but yes, we can engage in knowledge philanthropy." Isn't that the most wonderful thing to give away in today's world? A new way to pay it forward. This is what we empower, powered by the strength of 1,000 coaches is achieving. I think I got the numbers wrong, but I'm very optimistic that it's going to be 1,000. We stand at 100 today. Furthermore, we are thankful to Jonathan for his inspiring words of wisdom and thought-provoking address. In conjunction to the idea of Marshall Goldsmith, his question, "On whose shoulders do we stand on?" left us all thinking as we ourselves stood on someone's shoulders to be where we are today. We are grateful to Dr. Ruth for the remarkable ROF coaching she shared that is happening under her able leadership at Rice University. It builds our confidence as a community in taking leadership coaching to the youth to fashion them into enablers of tomorrow. We take this opportunity to also thank Amy Brand for her fact and not fluff approach in a world awash with questionable science and neuromyths. Her combination of scientific expertise and practical real-world business experience gave audiences easy to implement frameworks that are proven to uplift brain performance. We offer a word of thanks to all our speakers for their astute words and presentations on a vast variety of topics. The distinguished panelists from India and around the globe for their eager and most enthusiastic participation in the panel discussions that interspersed our sessions. And aren't we immensely grateful to Coach Sushma and Coach Adhir for being such an amazing support system in all the prep that went at the back end for almost a month. We were awake almost most of the nights and being so easy to work with and truly crafting possibilities for enrichment of students at Shulini University. I also take this opportunity to happily thank our dear Director Operations, Brigadier Mehta, for the perfect support and guidance he has extended to all of us and made the event prep and execution a seamless and a unified activity. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates for their presence and support in making this event a great one, a win for all. We, the We Empower team, also extend our hearty thanks to Ma'am Poonam and a dedicated team for their unstinting support and efforts in easing out many creases in the prep up for this conclave. I would like to offer my heartfelt appreciation to all the student volunteers who, under her able guidance, vibrantly monitored the audience to ensure that the event ran smoothly. I thank the deans, the directors, the HOS, and my dear faculty members, and especially Renu ma'am from the Law Department for being with us and supporting us through the journey. I thank our advisory board team who has been there from day one, my sounding board, to go back and brainstorm ideas, and when I felt nervous about all the activities around the We Empower project. Thank you so much. The advisory board in no particular order, starting from Dr. Kesari, UG, Dean UG Studies. Big round of applause. Ajay, who joined the advisory team and then handed the baton over to Adhir. Sushma. You saw Mandy deliver the closing address yesterday. Jayashri, the opening address today. And Lauren, who has been traveling from South Africa, has not been able to join us. So our huge thanks to the advisory board. And yes, this is under the able guidance of Professor Atul Khosla. Finally, a warm note of kind appreciation to the Alliance of the Coaches, and last but not the least, my We Empower team. Bhavna, Arzu, Monica, please come on stage. Gulshan. And the Shulini fraternity. A big round of applause for them. And yes, we'll bore you with this posing. I also truly thank the hospitality department, because all the snacks and teas and yummy goodies have been coming from there. Thank you, students. You can pass on our regards. If I've forgotten anyone, my deepest apologies, but we do warmly thank each and every individual who has been a support system for this conclave. And you know, we wouldn't have had this conclave without the active support of Kamal Khan sir and his team. A big round of applause for them. And how can I ever forget your timetable? Who put the links there? Who informed you? Narendra sir, Ashu ma'am's team. I think we could go on and on and on, because this program would have not been possible, as I said, without the support of every single individual at the university. Our heartfelt thanks to our audience for your active participation. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. and our coaches who visited our, I think I'm completely tired again now, who did come to visit us at the campus. A big round of applause for them as well. We thank you for being with us this day. It has been a great pleasure. It's much so evident that a paradigm shift has happened, and the worries of the future are becoming the reality of the present. It has clearly come to the fore that an increasing understanding of integrating coaching in the education process is not only imperative, but absolutely significant. So let's continue to script great stories of success, where our success is synonymous with the success of all of you. With these words and message, we come to the end of today's event and announce the closing of the International Coaching Conclave. A big round of applause. Yes, Bhattiji, yes. And I am envious of this applause which Bhattiji got. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Bhattiji. Thank you. And Kesri ma'am has been coming to my rescue so that I don't get any scoldings later on after this conclave. Thank you so much. We will also be having the cultural fest now from 5:30 to 6:30. You are the participants. You'll be given first preference at the OAT between 5:30 to 6:30. The Chak De Shulini event, the closing celebrations, the cultural celebrations of the International Coaching Conclave.